My name is Maria Stankiewicz. I'm the head of business development for the Exmo Crypto Exchange. Exmo Crypto Exchange is one of the largest spot exchanges in Europe. We have 1.7 million people. We have 8 fiat currencies, more than 200 cryptocurrency pairs. We have SEPA, we have SWIFT, we have credit cards. So basically all the professional trader needs. We are located in London, in Moscow, and in Kiev. That will be all.
That's amazing. Anna?
Yeah, big pleasure to be here. My name is Anna Agu. I'm from Estonia. In Estonian, it's also evening, but it's also really cold here today, minus 10 degrees. So we are freezing here. I'm a co-founder and partner of Lex Law Office, which is the biggest law firm in Estonia, and we help clients from all over the world with legal issues from the fintech and blockchain space. And my legal experience is over 10 years. I started from working for the government authorities. I was a legal advisor and senior lawyer for the Tax and Custom Board for 7 years. And I guess 5 years ago, I joined this crypto family and blockchain family. And why I was absolutely obsessed with this industry, especially about how many legal issues is still in the air in this field. So I will be really happy to share my knowledge today.
Luis?
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Luis Felipe. I am an Ecuadorian lawyer. I have spent most of my career in China, related legal aspects in mainland China and also in Hong Kong. I am part of the Spanish department at Chonglun, at a law firm in mainland China and Hong Kong. I'm also honorary advisor to the Mexican Chamber of Commerce in China.
Amazing. I'm Roberto Conte. I'm partner at Taurus.io. We are also an exchange in Mexico, a little bit smaller than Maria's. We have only Mexican market pairs, and we have launched the first debit card with Bitcoin, or that has an account with Bitcoin in Mexico. So that's what we've been working on, and just trying to follow our thesis of access to better store of value, better money. And that's kind of what I've been working on, and just trying to get things to work with regulation and everything. So this panel will be basically how to find a compromise between legal requirements and business ambitions. So first we have some questions for Anna. Anna, the first question is, are legal requirements stopping the execution, or how do I say this? Stopping the execution of business ambitions?
That is actually a very good question. And if I say no, then I will be lying. Of course, it happens sometime. But if we are talking about the idea of the regulation, then for sure the biggest aim is to have the rules for the market players, which are clear and understandable for all. And it actually helps to control the markets and provide the security. Because if we are talking about the protection or the security, then it is always important to have the same understanding of the rules, which actually gives an opportunity to protect investors, service providers, the founders of the company who are providing services, for example, in blockchain space, and also for the users. So it's really needed, and it helps a lot to provide the long-term growth strategy for the industry.
I was on mute, sorry. What are the main changes in legal space which may impact the business ambitions and companies in the blockchain space?
Well, I would like to talk here about the harmonization of the regulation, because all we know that if you would like to run your business, for example, in crypto space, then of course you would like to provide your services basically globally or not for one country. So you need to be compliant with a different regulation in different countries. And believe me, this is the huge challenge, to be honest, and it's still problematic. So I believe that the main changes are related with the harmonization of the regulations. So we have maybe not the same, but quite clear understanding about the requirements and the rules. And of course, if we are talking about the harmonization of the regulation, we need to talk about the Europe. Actually, it's already happened in Europe. In 24th September was announced the MiCA regulation. Maybe someone of you have heard about this. So MiCA regulation, it's a regulation markets in crypto assets regulation. The idea of the regulation is very beautiful. I can really announce it. It was introduction that the idea of the MiCA regulation is to build a future-ready economy that works for all people. But if we are talking about the idea of the MiCA regulation, then of course it's to clarify and amend the current rules regarding the financial services in especially regarding the virtual assets. So after it will came into the force, it will be like after 15 months, we will have the clear framework for all new countries. So government authorities, market players, issuers of the virtual assets, investors will have the clear understanding. And I believe it will be very interesting and potential for the growth for the industry, because, for example, there will be requirements for the initial capital for the virtual currency service providers. There will be clear understanding which kind of requirements should be fulfilled if you would like to issue your virtual assets and so on and so forth. So it will solve a lot of problems, and it will be interesting for the European market for sure.
Hi, Enrique. We were talking about what main changes in the legal space may impact business ambitions in blockchain and business space. The next question for Anna is going to be just putting you up to date, our true moderator. What main legal aspects and issues do companies need to pay attention to? So, like one of the questions for Anna.
Yeah, okay, this is also a very important question. I believe there is a lot to mention, but I will mention maybe 4 main aspects. First of all, if you would like to run your business in this space, you need to find the right jurisdiction for your project. You need to pay attention where is the regulation already came, for example, into the force, where the government already having the clear understanding how to regulate and control virtual assets and virtual asset service providers and issuers. So this is important. Also, if you thinking about the jurisdiction, think where is the supportive business environment, banking system, and, for example, also the court procedures. So this is the first point. The second point is please think about the data protection, because basically you are collecting the data from the customers, and it is really important to understand how you will store, move, and protect the data. If you will not do it, the penalties for this, according to the GDPR, are very high. And of course, you need to pay attention on the compliance questions. You need to think about authorization or maybe license. You need to prepare the documentation for the money laundering prevention. You need to think which kind of risk will be acceptable for your company. You need to understand how you will verify your clients, how you will prevent the money laundering, and so on and so forth. So yeah, those are main aspects that you need to think about, and of course to prepare the general legal base for your project. So you need to have the service agreements, shareholder agreements, good privacy policy, terms and conditions, NDA that protects you, and so on and so forth.
Thank you, and I hope that you guys can hear me and see me well. I apologize, there was a technical problem. We managed to sort it out, but I missed the introductions. My name is Enrique Aznar. I'm here representing Blockchain for Humanity, which is a foundation aiming at impacting positively the world via technology, and particularly blockchain technology. I'm a lawyer myself, and I'm also an entrepreneur. I'm the co-founder of a startup, blockchain startup. Basically, what we tokenize debt in order to finance real estate projects. And I found this opportunity very interesting to share with you and also with the participants in this conference some of the challenges that startups face. I worked on my career in big multinational corporations, so I'm transitioning into a new field, and I find that there is as much complexity in the startup world as there is in the big multinational corporation. So I'm trying to bring what I can to help small companies do something meaningful, particularly trying to have an impact in society, because I strongly believe that entrepreneurship is what can make one of the things that can make this a better world. And thank you, Roberto, for taking the lead as a moderator. And we had discussed previously, you shared your own profiles, and I see that Anna has already addressed a number of the questions that we had in mind. But there is one thing that I want to ask Anna before I ask questions to some of the others. In some countries, we are seeing that there is legislation about sandboxes. And I think that Sandbox offers an opportunity for companies to try to do something new, which has not been regulated under the supervision or the support of the regulator. So it kind of a play of a safe environment. But what is your take, Anna, on sandboxes? Where do you think, well, first, do you think that they are really helpful? And to what extent do you think that this is a model that it is going to replicate in other countries?
Actually, this is a very interesting question. I personally believe that sandboxes, the main idea of the sandboxes is a safety testing environment. So if we are talking about sandboxes and the usage of it, then it's actually help you to test your product software, because before you launch or before you go to the live, it helps you to understand which kind of problems will arise, and will help you to solve it before you are going to the real life, before you are going to the production. I believe this is very helpful. If we are talking about the protection of the intellectual property, very professional lawyer who can add some his knowledge regarding this. But my thoughts regarding this is, it's better to test your idea and get the knowledge and experience from the sandbox, rather be afraid that your idea will be stolen. And I believe the sandboxes are having the huge potential, because actually testing is very expensive, basically, and sandboxes gives an opportunity to make it happen with the lowest cost and in the safe environment. So I really believe that the future is there.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you very much. Before we move to ask specific questions to Roberto, do the others have any comments or contributions in connection with the answers that Anna kindly gave to some of the questions about the biggest challenges that business or startups actually face in this current environment? Yes, Roberto, please go ahead.
I have one, and it's the main legal issues that small companies need to pay attention to. I've heard a lot of people getting into trouble because they are unknowingly laundering money, or they are unknowingly being some weird like transfer rules, something like that. What are the things that you see people have fallen into, like legal issues small companies have fallen into by being too ambitious?
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, if we're talking about the compliance and the prevention of the money laundering, then of course you need to have the risk management system in your company. You need to understand which clients will be acceptable for you, which clients you will onboard and which not. You need to do this homework and to have the very clean rules inside your company. The other aspect that you actually can do the verification and know your client's procedure manually, but it will take a lot of time. If you have a lot of clients, then it is impossible, and you need to have like partners for this onboarding services. And in sometimes the fees or the cost of this verification process are really high for the startups, so they cannot use these services maybe as much as they want. And this is a big issue. Regarding this, for example, in Dubai, there is some kind of project or implementation where the companies from this industry is actually exchanging the information about the clients that they are getting, and in that case really the costs are less. And maybe the future will be also there. Of course, there is a lot of questions regarding the GDPR once again, and how you can move the information about the clients that you have directly get from him or her. But there should be some kind of solution in what case the verification will be easier and the cost will be less. Otherwise, it will be not accessible for the all market players.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Roberto.
Thank you.
I have some questions for you, Roberto. I know that you are an entrepreneur yourself, and I would like to ask you, what can you tell us about your project first? But I don't know if you guys had the opportunity to introduce yourself. So perhaps you can introduce yourself first, and if you have not done so already, and then tell us a little bit about your project and the kind of legal challenges that you face in your daily activity.
So we did a very brief introduction, like right when we started.
Okay.
Well, my project is Tauros.io. We began as an exchange almost 2 years ago, and we built our own trading engine. We connected ourselves to a bunch of wallets and markets and stuff like that. And the reason we did this was because we wanted another approach to Bitcoin access other than Bitso, which is the main competitor in Mexico. And we've been working on building not just an exchange, not just a market for crypto, but we would like to have something that can offer, like something that people can use as their bank and can communicate freely or communicate easily with the rest of the economy. Not just somewhere where you can send or receive Bitcoin or send and receive pesos and change it for something else, but actually use it. So we have been working on issuing a debit card for the past year and a half, and we managed to finally launch it on early August. So on early August, we launched our first debit card for our users, and as of now, it's only in Mexican pesos, but it's a really cool. Right now it's a really cool project, even though it's still very simple, where you can hold Bitcoin and other crypto. There's a market so that you can change it immediately, and then you can move it within seconds to the debit card. So you can have, it's like moving balances between checking account and savings account, the same thing, but you're moving it from your Bitcoin account to your debit card account. And this way we just, we see it as closing the gap between Bitcoin and the rest of the economy. And that's mainly what we've been doing.
Sounds really cool, Roberto. And what are the main legal issues that you have faced in the business? And then how much of your time and your budget is dedicated to resolving those legal issues?
So the main legal issue has been being able to receive deposits, like being able to have people's money. That's a restricted activity only for banks, and it makes sense. I mean, you need to follow some sort of guidelines and be able to demonstrate that you can take care of the user's money. So that's been one of the legal requirements we have had to take into account. The thing is that the industry, the people who could offer us this service or who have the licenses to offer this service, are very, very far behind on the digital transformation. So it's not just the license that, like, we need their license, but we can't just connect ourselves to their service. We need to help them, or we need to absorb the cost of them offering lower quality services because they have not yet gone through a complete digital transformation. So it's just been a lot of time. I just talked with my CTO this morning, and I think it's around 60-70% of the coding resources are going to just patching up connections with these service providers that we can't substitute because we don't have the license yet.
Right.
And it's just tremendously costly and inefficient.
Right.
Just because of licenses. Like, we could do it, but we can't because we don't have the license yet.
Right. And your industry is very regulated. And how do you feel about regulation? Do you think that regulation is helping you? Do you think regulation is really helping consumers? What's your take? What's your take on regulation? And do you think that there is need for more regulation? Would you advocate for less regulation?
I'd like to see, so the regulation, I think, makes sense, but it's just the whole process with the government. It's expensive, it's inefficient. They don't have enough people. It's just, and that's the same. It's the same everywhere. No matter where you are, governments are in principle inefficient. And so when you're trying to move forward at a pace where you're competing with the market, but you depend on someone who does not depend on the market, who does not depend on any of these things which you do, it basically becomes the sort of moat. So unless you have enough money, or unless you have enough maybe connections, or know who to talk to, or stuff like that, things just don't happen, or it just becomes very difficult for a company to emerge, or a good project to emerge. So the idea doesn't become the idea or the impact of the idea suddenly isn't the most important aspect of the company. It's whether or not the company has enough funds to jump this moat. So regulation, I believe, is necessary, and it's good, and it can help us. It can help the clients not get scammed. Like, we've seen the tremendous amounts of scams that go on in the crypto space, but regulation is not really doing anything for those people, because people still fall into pyramid schemes. Like, the people who are going to cheat, they're still going to cheat, but the people who want to do things right, they're just making it harder for us. that's kind of my take on regulation. I do like it as a guideline. I actually, when I was working on the documents we had to, how do I say this? The documents we had to deliver. What's the word? To the regulator. Yeah, exactly. The documents we had to file, I loved them, and I've been actually using them as a guideline for good practices. Yet, this guideline or these requirements should not prevent you, or the license. We have to follow them, but the whole bureaucracy aspect of it is
Right.
tremendously damaging.
Thank you, Roberto. Is there a piece of advice that you could share with the attendees today, from an entrepreneur to startups in connection with legal issues?
Well, whatever your product is, build it very simple, very small, and have a lawyer as a partner so that he has skin in the game.
Thank you, Roberto. It is now 40 minutes past the hour, but I believe that since we started a bit late, we can still go on with the other participants, right? Otherwise, perhaps Elena, you can tell me otherwise. But let's move to. Thank you, Roberto. Let's move to Maria. Maria, you're very active in the crypto space. Could you share 2 cents of what you are doing, and also take us through some of the regulations that are affecting the crypto space currently?
Of course. It's nice to meet you all. We did a brief introduction. I'm Maria Stankevich. I'm the head of business development for the Exmo crypto exchange. We are one of the largest spot exchanges in Europe. We've been on the market for 8 years. So basically, we've run all the way, and we know how it was and how it is now. So they, like, every year, every speaker on the panel discussion or on stage, they say, like, this year is going to be the year of crypto regulation, and like, nothing happens. So this year and the next year, I hope that the year will be the year of crypto regulation. And we are registered in London in the UK, and starting from the January 10th, the UK FCA, their regulation in the UK, they established the 5th IML directive that actually says how to behave in the crypto space. And, they started to register crypto companies. I believe that's kind of like a big step. We applied in April. We are still waiting, but, like Corona, Brexit, and all this stuff. So why it is important? I mean, we see that the market is green. The market is quite liquid right now at the moment, but still it's not as liquid as it can be, because we don't have, like, most of the institutional traders, institutional investors, because they are still afraid of scams. They're still afraid of how unsupported they are, or they will be in some situation where they can lose money. So we believe that as soon as the regulation comes into force, we will see, like, the crypto market more liquid, like more as liquid as never.
And where do you see the main legal issues in the crypto space, Maria?
Well, I see that, we are an exchange, a crypto exchange, but we communicate a lot with the, like, normal finance world, like banks, investors, and stuff. So basically, when you go to a bank and you're a crypto exchange, and these guys, Billy for better knows, they're like, yeah, you're a crypto exchange. You're nothing. You have nothing. And we are like, usually we used to say, like, we are registered in London, and the UK has no regulation at the moment, so we are free to walk. And they're like, no, we still need something. Like, you're not legal in any way. So now we do have this application that we applied to FCA for their crypto registration. Now it's a little bit better. Our bank is Bank Freak, so they work with Crack, and also they're like a little bit aware of what's happening right now. But most of the time, the biggest challenge is to go and to say that you are a respected financial institution, and banks just don't perceive you like that. They perceive you like you are just some crypto startup or whatever. And when we say like we are here in the market, we have a lot of AML procedures. You know, we have the system, we have the compliance team of 30 people. You know, they looking at us and like don't believe us. So I believe like the main challenge for us right now in the crypto space is to become legal, to become regulated, to become compliant. So we need this, and I believe that the UK, where I'm now, is like, you know, they're great because they started to do that. I mean, not saying Estonia or Malta, for example, but among others European countries, they're like the best.
Thank you, Maria. And you mentioned communications, and you mentioned compliance. I mean, how do you communicate between the compliance team or the legal team and the management team? I mean, do you have a smooth communication? Do you have friction? Do you feel that compliance is supporting you, or do you see them as a pain in the neck?
Well, you know, it depends. Well, as I mentioned, sorry. There are sometimes big differences and different point of views on the same client or the same problem, because, you know, the main purpose of compliance is to forbid everything, you know, like almost everything, because they are responsible for all these clients and all these operations and all these deposits. So we are on the other side, business development, and for us, like the main challenge and the main, you know, purpose is to onboard a client, to sell him our services. So basically, sometimes, like many times, happens this situation when you want to onboard a client, or you want to, like, you know, to start him trading, and the compliance team like these documents are not so good, or this source of funds is not so good. And here's like it's very important to find this, you know, golden middle, something where you can talk and communicate. And I guess if we are having this, you know, this event for startups, what is important is to communicate, to deliver this information, why it is important. So I know that a lot of business development teams are in very close touch with these clients, and you start to feel for them like friends, and you need to pass this on to this called compliance. So basically they need to start feeling a little bit more like warm to them. So that's the way that that will bring you to somewhere. But I believe now when the compliance is really important. Sometimes it's really good to hear what they say. Sometimes they say really good things and make you out of trouble.
Thanks, Maria. If I may make a contribution, apart from being a moderator, I have been a compliance officer for about 15 years. And one thing that I would like to add to what you say, is that it is not the compliance team responsibility to be compliant. It is everybody's responsibility. And the compliance team is actually helping the rest of the organization to actually being compliant. So I think that the objective of doing the right thing should be a shared objective by the entire organization. I'm not particularly fond of this divide of compliance are trying to prevent us from getting into trouble. Well, they are helping us to actually do the right thing. And I think that with this approach, if everybody understands that, the communication can be much smoother. And at the same time, it is the responsibility of the compliance people to understand the business, right? They should not live in isolation, right? Trying to fill papers to comply with the regulations. It's more about helping the organization do the right thing. Thank you for your contribution, Marina. I would like to move to Luis Felipe, who's the last but not the least important. I understand that you are an expert in intellectual property, and that you have developed your experience broadly in Asia, particularly in Southeast Asia. What can you tell us about the importance of intellectual property? Actually, you may even describe what intellectual property is and what is the role of intellectual property in a startup. Why startups should think about protecting their intellectual property.
Yes, thank you very much for your question. I think we should focus this question on how companies or startups are adapting to the new era, particularly this year with this year's events that had pushed on companies' R&D and startups to find new creative ways of using technology in their respective expertise. A company that doesn't innovate is jeopardizing its existence. One very important IP aspect that startups should keep in mind is on the power of monetization and commercialization that IP will influence in their companies. From an investor point of view, you want to analyze what problems the tech is solving and how strong is the protection of the startups they intend to invest in. IP portfolio is not just only investors we look into, but other companies as well that might help your startup to scale up. On these aspects, enhance collaborative innovation, particularly now that collaboration across space, time, organization, and cultural boundaries has never been easier. Some recent examples that we have seen is on the opportunities Tesla offering license to its patents, or Apple and IBM partnership with new machine learning integration to transform intelligent mobility. An important tool startups are using nowadays are digital ambassadors, influencers that market your products around the world, and you need advice on how to protect your IP across borders as well. We should not only focus on how IP can serve your startup, but also how your startup can innovate on IP applications and protection. On the second, how you can use emerging technologies such as machine learning and blockchain, or a combination of both, to improve IP management in companies. And well, here I just shared a business idea for the startups to innovate.
Thank you, Luis Felipe. And there is something that comes to mind hearing what you said. Blockchain is based fundamentally on open source technology, open source software. How do you see things developing in the future with new businesses being based on this relatively new technology, where most of the developments are based on open source technology? Do you think that the startups can aim at protecting some of their intellectual property even in an open source environment?
Well, countries have tried to unify IP rules to facilitate IP registration. Usually, you need to apply for trademarks, copyrights, or patents in each country individually if you want to protect your IP. In terms of trademarks, if you're applying to such protection through the WIPO, the World Intellectual Property Organization, the Madrid system, on which you can apply for trademark on this international institution and can be recognized in the countries that take part of this international treaty. This international collaboration will continue to grow thanks to new technologies such as blockchain, which hopes to unify IP registration and recognition in a shared ledger system. This will not only be helpful for registration, but also for recognitions of courts. If you get into trouble and if you get into court or any IP issue in a specific country, how will this court pick up this evidence that you do have an IP right in a shared ledger system, and not only a registration in the country that you are having this conflict? So it is an innovation that WIPO is pursuing to push companies to invest in, and also to collaborate with, of course, this international institution to facilitate the recognition of their IP globally.
Thank you, Felipe. And final question for you. Do you see big differences in the protection of intellectual property in the countries where you have been focusing in Southeast Asia and the rest of the world? I mean, are there any specific challenges for those operating in that region?
Challenges, yes, there's many challenges. From a startup point of view, I think IP can solve two very important challenges: reputation and credibility. IP facilitates partnerships with other startups and also to help you beat the competition. If you want to beat your competition, you need to take care of the strength of your IP. Some common IP that comes to mind to many startups is the registration of the trademarks. the logos that gives them a commercial and trade difference, but also patent and copyright protection should be taken care of in the market that they try to expand. As an example, in mainland China, a client that have been developing speakers and commercialized very well in Europe and the United States, but did not apply for any kind of IP protection in China. A Chinese company applied to a trademark and patent on the same product, and through an investigation, we located that one of the manufacturer companies had an order ready of 3 billion units ready to ship abroad at not only half the price, but also 1/4 of the price of the original maker. Another thing is that counterfeits not only create copycats on your product, but tend to innovate on the product of the client, developing new features to reach different audiences and markets. This competition will eventually create higher expenditures and loss of businesses for your client. Some startups might think that applying for IP protection might be shown as an expenditure on their businesses, and they might want to focus their initial fund into operation processes within the company. But that is not necessarily the case. Hong Kong government have put some efforts onto promoting IP commercialization. One policy is that IP applicants in governments can grant maximum funding of 250,000 Hong Kong dollars, 90% of application fee, and recently published that patent system will protect their invention for 20 years. In Shanghai Special Economic Zone, you can apply for initial funding and incentives to up to 600,000 Chinese yuan for setting up a business in special Hong Kong Shanghai trade zone. But of course, you should always consult with your lawyer and do a research on regulations, the market you are interested in. Another innovation in the Greater Bay Area that are imposed in Hong Kong are the IP Hatch, which is an open innovation challenge looking for startups and entrepreneurs that ambitiously want to scale their businesses to greater heights by incorporating the use of intellectual property and technology portfolios from renowned companies. This past week, during the VIP Asia Forum, these companies participating in IP Hatch were Nokia and Panasonic, impulsing entrepreneurs of the sharing of intellectual property. In terms of legal advancements, also Hong Kong has granted a grant patent system in which you can apply on standard patent in Hong Kong without having a patent outside. In June this year, Trademark Amendment Ordinance 2020 set legal basis for applying the Madrid Protocol to Hong Kong, specifically for Hong Kong, not mainland China. And in June, the Copyright Amendment Ordinance came to effect, allowing cross-border exchange under the Marrakech Treaty to facilitate access to published works for persons with print disability. So there's a new room for also startups that want to impulse their startups into innovative.
Lots of developments.
Yes.
That's great. Well, I think that it's time for us to wrap up. Maria, Roberto, Ana, Luis Felipe, do you have any final thoughts that you want to share?
Well, I believe that if this is an event for crypto startups or just startups in general, I believe that this panel is like one of the most important, or well, I can probably speak on behalf of all of us, that any of you can reach out to us if you guys have any questions concerning our sphere, and we will be glad to help you out.
Thank you, Maria. Roberto?
Yeah, I actually believe too that this is one of the, it's very important to have people from different aspects of the industry talking with each other, regulators, people with bigger businesses, people with startups, people like it's very, very important to talk about this. And also about private property, for example, from a blockchain perspective, it's something that I'd like to understand, like how does private property actually coexist with blockchain, with distributed ledger, with open source industry. But that may be a subject for another day.
Another day. Thank you, Roberto. Any final thoughts, Anna or Luis
Yeah,
Felipe?
I would like to conclude and thank everybody for the interesting ideas. For me, it's this big opportunity, and I really appreciate this. If I can change the thought with lawyers from different countries, and especially if we have during the panel discussion lawyers, then the market players, and maybe even if we have, for example, government authorities or representative from government authorities, it is always interesting because everybody is touching the same question from the different aspects. So I believe it was very interesting for all. And from my side, I would like to advise once again, if you are in the beginning, if you try to run your project, please think about how legislation can help, or which kind of legal issues might arise, and please analyze and understand those risks and try to find the solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Yeah. And Luis Felipe, any final comments?
Yes, well, I would like to say that this is actually a very interesting and the right time for startups to move to the Asian market, not only for the scale of the market, but also to the incentives that the different governments are actually giving to startups that focus on new technologies. Always do take care of protecting your IP, as IP is crossing boundaries now much faster than we ever imagined. And yes, I'll be happy to connect with anybody that wants some advices on how to expand their business into Asia.
Thank you, Luis Felipe. Well, I'm very happy that I'm very honored to have moderated this session. I have learned a lot from you, and I hope that the attendees have also found it interesting. So I look forward to seeing you at some point in the future, and thank you to the organizers for giving us the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you for moderating. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you for the great panel discussion. And I think we can now move to the second pitching session at Startup Secret Santa second day. I'm Ekaterina, CMO and partner at FIS. And this time we have social impact startup batch. Though I have to mention that almost all startups that apply to Startup Secret Santa have social impact purposes and do apply emerging technologies. So the division was just for the convenience of everybody. The order of startups today is following. The first startup would be UBDI. Then we will have Distributed Town. The next would be Liridi, and then Storkcart. After that, Plastic Coin, and Bitcoin Beach. So I am happy to announce our first startup, UBDI, and Dana Budzun, that will be presenting this startup. I have to mention that we have 5 minutes for the pitch, and I will have to interrupt once the timer is out. And we also encourage startups to open their own networking booths in the networking rooms afterwards, so our attendees can go further and ask questions regarding their projects, pitching, and anything that they would like to ask. Please, Dana, go ahead with your presentation.
Awesome. And am I heard by everyone? Making sure there's no glitches?
Yes, all good.
Okay, great. Well, then we'll kick off. So hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. I'm the co-founder and CEO of UBD, is actually how it's said, but it does stand for Universal Basic Data Income. And the goal is basically just that. We're looking to help people control and monetize their own information. Now, when we first started this, we took it from a market research approach because we felt while the advertising space has obviously, $600, billion plus dollars in value, we decided that market research, basically, you can get a larger amount of payout for a smaller number of users and use that to scale into an advertising network where people controlled their information and were compensated for their time and attention. While that was our first approach, we learned a lot and we failed a lot too. And so we decided that we needed to change things up as a way to get people to start aggregating their own information so that they can basically put the power and assets of big tech into their own hands. So instead of walking through a deck, I'm actually just going to go through our new web app. But ultimately, what we've built here is first and foremost the ability for people to aggregate their own information. We have 20 different data sources that we've built, all with private keys held in the hands of the users. So while it's not as decentralized as we'd like and would look at things like Filecoin in the future, it is a really good stepping stone as we start to cross that bridge into more decentralized architecture. So people can link up to 20 different data sources. They can view, I can pick one here. Let's see. What do you guys want to view? We'll pick Twitter. They can view the different data because it's obviously a creepy word and we want to show people what their information actually says about them. They can add different data traits to their data bank, and then all of this information can be used to target them, can be asked to be extracted, and can be used to give them research surveys, advertisements, etc. And so we're really just focusing on growing that number of people linking accounts and that number of people adding their information. So we have over 1 billion, well, we just hit 40,000 users. We have over 1 billion aggregated data points and 3 million people who've contributed their data to research studies. So from there, once you've linked that data bank, we said, okay, people, at first were not linking this data. They were expecting compensation. How are we going to solve this chicken and egg problem that so many people have died on and build a sustainable system? To be honest, while I know it sounds bad, low-income people will go where money is, but how do we get those higher end users that, for nationally representative samples, as well as more luxurious advertising, like how do we get those people in the system as well? The same way Facebook, of course, has people from all stretches across the globe. And what we did is we wanted to use data to create value for people. So in order to get into we created interest groups, data verified interest groups. So in order to get into our crypto investor tribe, you would have to link your Binance, your Gemini, your Coinbase. We added MetaMask. So you basically have to give to get. And from here, people can post. They can post memes, videos, comments. They can poll. They can actually post verified data trades. The list goes on. And we actually also provide a real-time data feed of people that are trading, which can be very helpful so that instead of going on StockTwits and learning, having someone say buy Bitcoin, you can say, okay, well, prove it. Did you buy Bitcoin? So we think that this is a really nice value add and a way to get people to link their data sources while also having a pretty good time. So while we shifted this system over, we've gained about 15,000 people in the last 3 weeks when we started marketing this, because like I said, we kind of used the pandemic to rebuild. We have about 8,000 monthly active users, and that's obviously growing with the new people coming in. We did pre-pandemic, and pre-rebuild, we were doing, we have a research and ad portal as well that I'm not going to have time to show you today, but ultimately did 3 major research studies, one with Best Buy as a large brand that was looking to micro-target people from a competitor store with their financial information and extract YouTube information to see what they were subscribed to and what those types of people liked. We did a Commonwealth study, which is a charity, to do pulse surveys throughout COVID and target people of different incomes. And then we also did a Harvard research study, which is in the world of academia, that was actually we'd send 1.2 million transactions of data to them all around IRS stimulus spending so that they could analyze what different incomes, how they were using their IRS stimulus checks, as well as what they were doing online with our Netflix data, Microsoft data downloads, et cetera, to see how people were gaming more, watching more, and consuming that information. So I didn't perfectly time this out, so I'm not sure how much time I have, but ultimately
the time would be out. So I would have to stop you here, but I think the information was comprehensive and enough to kind of inspire those questions that our attendees can ask you during the networking sessions. So I didn't actually mention sort of the setup of Startup Secret Santa Startup Mentor Connection. In fact, startups don't know about their mentors till the pitching day, and although mentors had a bit of like ahead of time and information about those startups, so I would be happy to introduce Gabriel Zanko. He would be the startup for UPD. Now I know. And maybe he would share his vision on your startup and also introduce himself better.
Cool.
Gabriel?
Hey, thank you, Katerina. Nice to connect. Dana, I was checking your profile, your company. Nice to meet you. How are you?
You as well. I'm doing good. It's great to meet you. This is a really cool setup and very cool that you're involved.
Yeah, I know, and I like the idea that Elena brought with the Startup Secret Santa. So we have time to review a little bit before your company and then kind of like the surprise, right? So yeah, cool to meet you. I was reading your company, very interesting, and maybe from my side, I am an advisor investor in tech, not only blockchain but also very involved in renewable energy, food technology. I have an investment banking, which is Mobile Your Life. We raise capital globally, and now working to get the fund ready to also raise from our same LPs and invest, which is the second one, Urano Capital, and happy to explore how we can hopefully collaborate and help you. Yeah, happy. I'm very interested in the idea you have. Yeah, the concept. So maybe we can schedule a call maybe tomorrow, and we go with more calm about the whole structure, and I can send you more info before that. Also from
Yeah,
my
that
side.
sounds perfect. I guess I just didn't is there like there's 4 minutes now or something? Is there a way to like I mean, obviously I can add you on LinkedIn right now, but I don't want to distract from what this moment is.
Yeah, so actually the setup would be following. After the event, we will connect, like we will do the formal introduction with all of the contact information to startups and mentors. So you will have a chance to schedule all of the calls and like all of the follow-up materials that will be needed for further mentorship. And as I was mentioning yesterday in our first pitching session, that we would also be really happy to follow up with your progress, maybe in like a couple of months, to tell the story to attendees and kind of see how the progress actually goes from the Startup Secret Santa event.
Yeah.
So, okay, then in this case, I would have to move to second startup, the distributed town. And Alex Perico will be presenting it. Is Alex on the main stage? Let me.
Thank you, Katerina. All right.
Thank you, Gabriel. Thank you, Dana. And while we are waiting for Alex, I would also remind about our setup that we won't have time during the pitching session for Q&A section and for follow-ups, but we encourage all startups to join networking rooms right after their pitching and during the networking sessions. So everybody can find their networking room and join, ask questions, follow up, give them cheers up for their projects and the great work that they are doing. Okay, so I think we have Alex here from the distributed town, and I'm just giving you the heads up for the presentation.
All right, so we wait.
Alex, I would have to also remind that we will have 5 minutes for the presentation, and before 30 seconds, I will just show up with my camera on, so you would know that there are about 30 seconds left.
All right, I will be ready. Thank you.
Alex, I think we don't see the camera and also the presentation.
Should I start already? I didn't.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, sorry. Okay, so hello everyone. This is Alex from Italy, and in 1 second I will show you distributed town. Can you see my screen?
All works well.
Perfect. All right, so distributed town lets people organize in self-sovereign communities, and it employs a non-speculative mutual credit system and a universal login based on skills and contribution. Now, the first problem that we are trying to tackle is that it's very hard to take action. There are still very high barriers in joining either a local or an online project and being able to use your talent to add valuable contribution to your local community or to society in general. What we do with Distributed Town is to allow everyone to join our network in one click, just adding their email address with no location, bank account, or personal data required, just letting anyone using their talent and skills to add value to their community. The hardest part is to actually attract talent to your projects when you try to create something on a larger scale. So what we do is also to allow everyone to just break down projects in multiple gigs and raise funds through platform and now together with being an applied protocol, Distributed Town allows anyone to create a community and immediately receiving community credits that can be spent and divided between the members. Also is a tool for coordinating tasks successfully and evaluating, measuring the actual contribution that each member of each community provides. Being each member identified by their skills, this works also as a self-sovereign ID verification that can be used to easily move between one community and the other, one project and the other, and even joining events, for example, an hackathon, a pitching session like this one, or local events like a concert and so on. Being, again, uniquely identifying one member and their contribution, it also provides a better Sibyl-resistant formula for quadratic funding and to distributing yield returns to projects for the public good. Now, we use blockchain for pretty much everything in our project, and the main focus is a fully pseudonymous platform, a gasless transaction for everyone to work without spending money in advance, but even providing them the funds, and the one-step secure registration without any issue like personal data or friction in joining and starting to work. The current competition in the space are established platforms like Aragon, DAOstack, and Colony, but their main issue is that they use a generalized purpose, and of course in human relationships it's hard to find a one-fit-all sort of approach. And is a speculative currency, so it incentivizes personal advantages rather than over the general community benefit. Now, what we do instead is to foster real participation at people's own terms, using a mutual credit system that is non-speculative but keeps accounting and store of value, and a multi-purpose organization. At the moment, we're focusing on blockchain and Web3, art, creativity, and lifestyle, and local communities to organize from condos to local clubs. Now, obviously, during these pandemics, social interaction was the most damaged by social distancing and other situations. Collaborative economics is one of the fastest growing industries in the world. And there are 4.57 billion people online, and all of them are part of one community or the other, from a forum to a DAO or a general company. So that's a perfect time to join. In less than 2 months, we've been able to complete our prototype and start participating to the biggest blockchain competition of the season, winning, I say, most of them. That was very rewarding. And just today, we won the Blockchain for Humanity Award. Our team has more than 20 years of experience combined. And for our next step, we're looking to raise between 190 and 240,000 euros as seed funding to complete our product and to launch it successfully on the market. So thank you very much for listening to me. I hope you enjoyed our presentation, and please feel free to ask us any question.
Thank you, Alex. That was perfect timing, actually.
I tried it before.
That's great. So, in fact, we heard about those Blockchain for Humanity awards, and we've been discussing with Blockchain for Humanity, the partner for this event, how we can integrate those two ecosystems and let startups with the real social impact targets to benefit from both. And it turned out that Ivan Kalea would be your startup mentor. And I'm sure you've heard about him or maybe even met before. And I think I will give him the time to sort of introduce himself to the public and also say a few words about the project.
Sure, with pleasure. Yes, we met with Ivan in the past, and thank you for the nice introduction, guys. Okay, so should we stay here? What's happening now?
We should stay here before Ivan enters the room. Just give me a second. I think there's something wrong with the... While we will be waiting for Ivan to join and say a few words about the distributed towns idea and project, I would also have to mention that during the networking session, we not only can join like with the audio for those networking booths, but also please do not hesitate to turn on the video because we were trying to sort of create this offline event experience, even though for now it's hardly possible to attend the offline events. Oh, hi, Ivan. So could you please briefly introduce yourself and say a few words about the startup?
Hi, Ivan.
Hi, how are you?
Very well,
I'm in
thank
the
you.
part of
Nice to meet you again.
conversation, so you will present yourself, or I have to present myself? Because I was getting
we already met, so I think you know about us. But yeah, always nice to hear about you, and any feedback about our project is always appreciated. So I let you the stage.
Well, so my name is Ivan. I'm part of the Blockchain for Humanity core team, and I'm working on the evaluation process for all the projects that apply for B4H awards every year. So my point of cooperation or cooperation here could be that I have all those projects reviewed. I know all the projects. I have seen the project with the similar ideas, and I always can make those good connections between them. So I hope to bring the value here.
Thank you for sure, and thank you again for rewarding us. It was an honor to win the Dreamer Truck. And you know, as we said during our first conversation, let's say your name, the brand, the value that you're trying to bring to the ecosystem is an added value by itself. So it's always nice, you know, to find people that really are aligned on the same vision and try to create a positive impact in these difficult times. So thank you for this.
Thank you guys for doing what you're doing, because in this time it's very, very important, this kind of application, this kind of platform, and helping this society to be a little better, more inclusive, and more fair. So thank you, guys.
Thank
Our
you very
pleasure.
much. So then we would have to move with our next startup, Liridi. Thanks a lot for your presentation, and thanks, Ivan, for introduction. So Liridi will be presented by Kirill Maluka. We would have to also welcome him on the main stage.
All right. So are there any next steps, follow-ups that we're going to have together? Or
yes, so after this event, we will do like a follow-up between mentor and startup. In your case, it happened so that I'm sure you have all the contact information, but we will still kind of make this official through emails, and then we can guide you through this later on. For now, you can join the networking room to create your own and see if attendees would like to ask some questions, or other mentors would like to follow up with questions as well.
all right. Thank you very much, Ekaterina and Ivan, and see you soon, guys. Good luck, Kirill. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I'm passing the word to Kirill Maluka from Liridi. Kirill, you can go ahead with the presentation. It will be 5 minutes, as I mentioned, and then before 30 seconds, I will turn on the camera to notify you about the timing.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Kirill Maluka. I am a co-founder and CEO of Liridi. Liridi is a company that aims to change lives of millions micro businesses in emerging markets, to change their life to good, to improve their businesses and make them sustainable grow. Why it's important? IFC expected 70% of micro businesses today is underbanked. In our territory where we concentrate, it's South Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa, 200 million micro businesses is underbanked. 1.1 US dollars, it's unmet financial demand today. So most of these people just cannot have chance to improve their businesses, to grow their businesses, and to improve their lives. In this case, we with our partners came to the solution and to see if we can help in some way using our experience in finance, in technology, in IT, and in that territory. One of our partners spent 15 years working in that territory and knows very well this territory. And actually, he came to me 2 years ago and proposed to do some startup. And I, with my 25 years experience in finance, doing quite comprehensive financial instruments, I've decided that it could be a chance to do some impact in this particular issue. So we spent almost 1 year to investigate what the real case for the situation. And we found out 3 main things. One, businesses very often don't need money. They need access to goods, to services that they need for their daily operational use. Second, hundreds microfinancial organizations in that territories, they just simply archaic. They don't have enough competence in technology or modern finance risk management. They are not the drivers for the future, but they are keen to be in cooperation with someone who brings them to the new technology era. So in this case, we decided, and third one actually, we realized that the mobile internet industry is just growing very fast, and that it's good time to go to try to new technology for the new instrument and for financial platform. So we came with a new idea to bring 3 communities together One is microfinance institutions, local one, merchants, and micro businesses together into one platform, provide them with sufficient modern technology, with financial knowledge, expertise in scoring and credit, and put in the platform some sufficient financial instruments that help them all three communicate, use finance, and grow. We start from purchase financing. How we do? We don't need money at all at the moment. So cashless and paperless technology. The customer, the micro business, go to the platform with the app and access some program with some merchant which connected to our platform. In a simple application, he gets applied for this particular funding for goods. And afterwards, we do our mobile scoring and microfinance institution, our platform. After our approval of the scoring, provides financing to the merchant which deliver goods. So that's simple, like this. And what we are looking now for today, we're already in the market in Sri Lanka. We started actually in December because of the pandemic. We have to delay our start, but we already have the whole infrastructure in place and the first operation started. And we are looking now for 600,000 US dollars for financing our growth to reach in 8-9 months 5,000 people helping in financing and 9,000 disbursement.
Kirill, I would have to stop you here. Thanks a lot for the presentation. And our team carefully evaluated all startups' sort of Christmas wishes and things that they're maybe struggling with. And your mentor would be Igor Israilevich from SPRO. I think Igor could better introduce himself, and you could exchange some ideas on how the collaboration can be beneficial between these companies. Igor?
Okay.
Hi, Kirill. Pleasure to meet you.
Igor, maybe you could introduce yourself to the attendees and also to Kirill, and then we'll exchange a couple of thoughts, ideas about the startup.
Hi, my name is Igor. I'm a CEO and the founder of the firm called SPRO. That's an R&D firm which I run for 6 years. And we have about 160 engineers. We work a lot with the financial institutions. In my early years of my career, I used to be more on technology side than on the product side. And we delivered several products which are used by big banks and MasterCard, as well as for some retail brands. That's briefly about me. So what I'm passionate about, so I like to create great products and to collaborate with people who have good ideas how to do business using technology.
Right.
So I think it can be a great match, and we would be happy to follow up with your progress as well in a couple of months. So thanks a lot, Kirill, for the presentation, and Igor for the introduction. And we would have to move forward with the next startup called StoreCard. And Bruce Paneman would be presenting the company.
Right.
Okay, pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure.
Thank you. Kirill, you can go further with the networking room later and create your rooms to see questions from attendees and mentors. So we have Bruce joined here. Bruce, are you connected?
All connected and ready to go.
Yeah, great. You can go ahead with the presentation and I will turn on my camera before 30 seconds are left for the pitching.
Okay, is everyone seeing the right screen?
Yeah, looks good.
So hello everyone, my name is Bruce and I am one of the co-founders of StalkCard. We're a UK-based fintech startup launched this year with a mission to improve users' financial health. Now, I'm not the only I am basically the only fintech founder to ever tell you this, but finance is really boring. Not for me, I'm a nerd, but this is true for most other people in the world that you see walking up and down the street. Unlike other shiny, cool items, this is the reason why YouTubers don't make unboxing videos about mortgages, loans, and savings products. The main reason why people don't bother engaging with products in this process-driven market is because the lifestyle enables them to achieve, such as buying a shiny new house or living like a rock star in your retirement. However, why should finance be this way around? Why can't financial products focus on helping with the life goal first and run the financial processes in the background to better help people and also be more exciting? When looking for a place to start this journey, we at StalkCard saw a significant gap in the market that no one else was trying to solve. If there are mortgages for buying your dream home and pensions for saving for your old age, why isn't there anything out there to help you with the costs of having and raising children? For most people who go on to achieve this life goal, there are lots of deep-rooted issues that are faced by parents everywhere. In the UK, for example, many people have childcare costs that total more than their income, making it illogical for them to return to their careers after maternity leave. This results in only a quarter of mothers, especially, going back to work after having a child in the UK. When you add in all the other costs as well, this becomes huge, meaning that over 50% of parents borrow more than they need to just to pay for their kids' needs. However, the biggest need of all, this is an issue that forms a major factor of the gender pay gap problem. Research is routinely concluding that the gender pay gap is not necessarily men versus women, but mums versus everyone else. We created StalkCard to help address these issues and be the perfect teammate and the amazing tool that every parenting team out there wants and deserves. Our current product has built-in machine learning to predict child-related costs that come up for parents and children's individual situations, such as when a bigger car seat is needed or what type of clothing the baby will need based on a range of different factors, data points that we collect from the app, research, and also from the parents themselves on our app. This allows parents to save and prepare. It also removes the financial shocks of emergency child-related purchases on things they didn't even know they needed. We also have over 60 of the UK's biggest baby brands on our platform to offer exclusive discounts to our cardholders. Now, the real differentiator of StalkCard compared to all the other fintech apps out there is how it makes money social. Our app makes it easy to collaborate with Family Support Network to organise the most needed gift, or organise childcare arrangements between you, or save up for your kids' biggest needs. So this sounds great. And how do we make money, I hear you ask? Well, StalkCard is rightfully, truly free for use by all the parents out there in the UK who need it. Our current early revenues are based on sales commission from the brands on our platform, as well as interchange fees from MasterCard. In the future, though, we plan to offer bespoke financial products that solves the needs of parents on the platforms just when they're needed. All of this is based on the predictions from our machine learning algorithms. There's life insurance and savings products that are key for growing a family's financial stability. And also, we are going to plan to create childcare lending, which will give the choice back to parents of what to do is right for your families and their career, not just what's best for their bank balance. All of these future products yield revenue streams to StalkCard based on commission or fees, all whilst helping parents focus on the joys of having kids instead of the costs. We've had some brilliant traction to date with StalkCard, and it's been downloaded over 15,000 times so far in 2020. We are also enjoying 4% week-on-week growth within the product. We've obtained our FCA license last year, which was fantastic, but also we were nominated an App of the Week in a couple of places too. Our current focus is really on customer love and solidifying the product market fit that we feel we've got with the parent market in the UK. Within this, we're proud that 22% of users who use StalkCard refer us to other parents in their very first session with the app. And we almost always get 5-star ratings from our users when we ask. We're currently raising our second round of £500,000, of which we have completed nearly half of the round. If you'd like to know more about StalkCard and want to discuss it more, please join it in my networking room afterwards, myself and other co-founders. Thank you for listening and good night.
Okay, thank you very much, Bruce. It was very interesting presentation, and I'm looking forward to introduce your mentor who was assigned to your project, Francis Berwa from Avislayer. And Francis, please go ahead with your self-introduction and maybe a few words about the project.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the introduction, Katerina. Bruce, I truly enjoyed the presentation. As she said, my name is Francis Berwa, and I am from Avislayer. We're an early stage accelerator that focuses on strong companies in AI, blockchain, cloud, and data analytics. So you actually touched on a lot of topics that we focus on, which induced my excitement. Obviously, personally, I have over a decade experience in startups, being a founder as well as helping many founders. Some of the exciting things that I've actually helped and accomplished has been being able to help companies scale into various markets, opening different offices and so forth. So I think what StalkCard is doing definitely needs to expand past UK, and I'm pretty sure you would agree with me. What I really am excited about is this first live stage finance app. It's needed. The finance app game has obviously been a big market, but not this kind of niche. I have not seen it personally, and I have asked a few people prior to this call, and I did not actually hear any feedback about this market. So very excited to talk to you and find some opportunities. And thank you for that presentation, honestly.
Awesome. It's great to meet you as well. Excited to see what we can do in the future.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Thank you very much. As I mentioned earlier, we will be following up and exchanging mentors and startups contact information shortly after the event. So now you can join the networking rooms and ask questions regarding the startups. Thanks a lot, Francis and Bruce. And I am passing the word now to Michael Peterson from Bitcoin Beach, so he could introduce his project and concept in details. Michael, as I mentioned, I will have to interrupt in 5 minutes. You can go ahead now. Thank you.
Can you guys see my screen?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay, sorry.
It looks good now.
Okay. Really great to be here with you guys today. Excited to share with you guys about the Bitcoin Beach project, which we believe is the world's first circular Bitcoin beach economy. Bitcoin economy that's been tried in the world. Just a little background on me and my family. We moved to El Salvador in 2015, and we're working in a number of social development projects. And then in 2019, we were introduced to a donor who was an early Bitcoin adopter and was looking for projects to invest in with Bitcoin, but he wanted them to use Bitcoin in real transactional ways. And part of the challenge was us coming up with something that would kind of fit his criteria, because as many as you know, Bitcoin really hasn't been used to bank the unbanked. People talk about it, they talk about the potential, but nobody has really actually followed through on it. And so as we were looking for examples of people to follow, we really didn't find much. We were running into the issues of on-chain transactions, just the cost and the speed for confirmations, and the argument, that people will never use Bitcoin for small transactions like buying a cup of coffee. And then also the chicken and egg problem of any new technology that you're introducing, where if people aren't using this as money, there's no incentive for businesses to actually accept it. And if businesses aren't accepting it, there's no value to the individuals. And so we had to find a way to, how are we going to kind of go at these things at the same time? We presented a pretty audacious proposal to the donor that over a 3-year period, we would basically work on both sides of this problem, both the consumer and the business side, and look to develop a circular economy that even when we pulled back from supporting it would be able to continue on through the ingression of Bitcoin from tourists that visit the region, but also primarily through remittances. In El Salvador, remittances make up about 22% of their GDP, so it's a huge part of the economy. And so part of our goal was converting individuals to start receiving their remittances in Bitcoin. So far, we basically had to launch all these things at the same time. And so we started injecting Bitcoin through a number of different initiatives. We were paying kids to clean the local rivers in the community. We implemented a lifeguarding program. We did a number of things. At the same time, we helped onboard a number of businesses and showed them how to accept Bitcoin, how to hold it, and when needed, how to convert it to back to fiat. And we also started working with Galloy Money to develop a custom Lightning wallet that would kind of combine a semi-trustless system, but with the usability of a custodial wallet. And so we did this by keeping the main funds in a multi-sig wallet while keeping custodial that aspect of the wallet that handles the liquidity so that the users don't have to worry about that. So far, we have about 500 families using Bitcoin to pay for their daily necessities. And these are people that are making numerous transactions through the week. We have 25 businesses that are accepting Bitcoin as payment. During quarantine, we actually distributed about 10 Bitcoin over a 4-month period. And for a number of those 500 families, it was the primary way they supported themselves and fed their families during that time. And it also helped keep the stores in business. And then just a few weeks ago, we held what we believe is the world's biggest Lightning Festival. And it was pretty amazing. We had, I think, 16 food vendors. Everything was Bitcoin. There was no cash accepted. We estimate there was about 2,000 transactions that happened during that time. And so it was just pretty amazing to finally see Lightning being used in the way that it's been talked about, but there's just not that many examples of it actually happening. And we're also working specifically with our wallet partner to get rid of some of the friction points that come with dealing in Bitcoin and using Lightning. We've developed features so that no longer do you have to submit a invoice to be paid, but we have a kind of a push pay system within our wallet. So if people are using the same wallet, they can just send money through username or just by scanning a QR code without the business having to create it, because we found that was a hassle for the business owners to actually create those invoices and then share them. And so this has cut the time of transactions from like a minute to about 10 seconds. Here's just some pictures of the daily life in our project. The store on the one side, that's kind of a common store. You can see they're really mom and pop, low-level stores. We also have a 5-star hotel that's also accepting Bitcoin, so we run the gamut. In the middle, there's a picture of one of our training sessions. So we have these training sessions in the village to share with people how to actually use Bitcoin. And then that top corner, that's from the festival we had a few weeks ago. We had a number of prize checks that were given out for some of the competitions, and everything was denominated in Satoshis. And then the bottom corner, that was during quarantine. We actually partnered with the military to be allowed out in the streets during the lockdown time to distribute both food and Bitcoin.
Michael, thank you very much. I would have to stop the time here, but I think, again, the information was enough to spark the interest, and the pictures were really sort of useful for us to imagine how the work is actually done in the field. So I'm happy to introduce Gabriel Kurman, the mentor that was assigned to your project. And Gabriel, we had a chance to hear your self-introduction yesterday during the panel session, but if you could repeat a short one again and say a few words about the startup, that would be great. Gabriel, you're on mute.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah. All good.
So first of all, congratulations, Michael, and everyone on Bitcoin Beach. I've been following the project. I'm also close to Blockchain for Humanity, so I know very well the project is extremely important because it's actually driving the adoption and the use of this technology for those who need it the most. So I'm a super fan, and I would love to see this replicated in multiple communities around the world. So let's see what we can do. The reason why I would love to help the project through my network and through everything we're doing on RSK. I'm a co-founder of RSK as smart contracts on Bitcoin, also part of La Bitconf, La Bitcoineta, Blockchain for Humanity, and something that we learned in Argentina in one project called Didi, that it's a financial inclusion project in the slums led by the Argentine Bitcoin NGO, is that we thought that excluded people would say we need funds, we need loans, no, we need microloans, and what they told us is that one of the big problems that they find is that they need where to save, because their houses and where they live is the conditions are so limited that they are forced to stay poor generation after generation, because even when they understand the value of investing and saving, they have no way how to protect those savings. So they are forced to consume everything they get. One of the most exciting things that has been developed on RSK this year is this concept of DeFi for Bitcoin, and how Bitcoiners are building solutions that could enhance the flexibility and the possibilities of Bitcoin technology. There's a project being launched this month. It's called Sovereign, which enables small deposits to get income or passive income on your Bitcoins. And Money on Chain is another project that enables Bitcoiners to deposit their Bitcoins and enable the creation of stable coins that other people like in Argentina and Venezuela can use. So I think this could have an interesting fit on everything that you guys are doing, because it will enable those members of the community that received their initial Satoshis somehow to put them to work and to get a passive income on those Satoshis, so they don't have to spend everything they get, and they can dream a better life for themselves and for their kids. So thank you very much for having me here. It's a pleasure for me to help and as much as I can Bitcoin Beach, and looking forward to talking to you after this conference.
No, I'm excited because I've been exploring the RSK system and the money on chain, and so to be able to be paired with somebody that can help me kind of think through the implications, that's fantastic.
Yeah, let's
Thank you very much, Gabriel and Michael. And we would have to move with the last startup for today. We would be happy again to follow up with you, with your stories after the event. And we will of course, follow up with the contact information afterwards. Thank you. So I welcome Juan Rivero from Plastic Coin. Juan, you can connect now and start the presentation.
It's okay.
All good.
Okay. Hello to everyone. Thanks for this opportunity. My name is Juan Rivero, and I'm here basically because we all live in a world filled with plastics, and they are in the lands, in the oceans. Plastic is accumulated every day to the planet, and plastic has already penetrated our food chain in a dramatical and irreversible way. So I was born in Uruguay, and here we drop around 450 tons of plastic each day, and we only recycle the 2% of this amount. And I'm here because I'm the founder of Plastic Coin, an ecological virtual currency created in Uruguay to add value to the plastic waste. We did it to stimulate recycle, beach cleaning, and environmental education. Plastic Coin is an incentive program that rewards citizens who classify their domestic plastic waste, and in exchange for their plastic waste, they receive Plastic Coin that they can accumulate in their virtual accounts to exchange later by benefits and discounts offered by our supported companies. For example, 1 kilogram of plastics can reward you for the second free beer in the bar. Sorry, I need to change here. Okay. We collect plastics by organizing exchange journeys placed in strategical places of the city. And now, due to this COVID situation, we are implementing a home collection service with a cargo bike that we developed. This way, we are very efficient and we concentrate big volumes of plastics that are in optimal recycled conditions. And we donate those plastics to cooperatives or other circular economy projects to improve their benefits and also to improve the recycle amounts. Plastic Coin is a triple impact company that gives the same value to environmental, social, and economy aspects. And through our virtual platform, we build we call it as virtuous circles, where everyone have benefits by participating of the recycled process. The users or citizens get an economy benefits for in exchange for the plastic waste. Supporting companies get advertising and in our catalog and fidelize their customers as the consequence of their environmental commitment. Plastic manufacturers and importers get transparent, cheap, and effective management to attend their extended responsibility over their plastic containers. The state also gets benefit because our activity increases the capacity of the public containers and also the dumping sites. And for the society, Plastic Coin is positive because we promote the local industry, responsible consumption, and environmental education. Our funding is based in our advertising plans in the marketplace and also in the Eco Plus memberships that we sold to individual users, also for companies that are interested in stimulate environmental awareness and commitment among their clients or workers. With the membership, the Plastic Coins in the wallet worth double. So it's better for users and give access to special benefits and products in the marketplace. Okay, here. Plastic coins are only exchanged for plastic that is delivered in optimal recycled conditions. This way, we implement a plastic recycling traceability. A blockchain-based solution will make it possible to do transactions with no intermediaries, safe, transparent, and for all the members of the network. Blockchain will safeguard the interest and responsibility of all participants, and will turn the Plastic Coin into a closed circle certificate itself. That's why we are looking for blockchain. And I think that it's all. Many thanks.
Thank you, Juan. Okay, I think we have an echo here. All good. So thanks a lot. And we know for some projects that applied for Startup Secret Santa, some of them also wanted to kind of dive deeper into the blockchain technology, as it is complicated to navigate for this technological world. And I'm happy to introduce Marcin Majszek from 10 Clouds. He would be your startup for your mentor, Marcin. Please correct me if I pronounce your name in the wrong way, and please go ahead with your introduction in a few words about the startup.
Yeah, it was very correct. Thank you for introduction. It is very nice to finally meet you here on the stage. I'm very eager, especially towards the environmental impact from your project, And what I can say about myself, I currently work as a software developer in Software House. I got many experience collaborating with startups and even enterprises, so it scales quite deeply in both sides. And I have been working for 7 years in software development. My main specialization is web development and blockchain development. So I can help you with all technicalities regarding the architecture, infrastructure, code base, also with different blockchain, I guess. I got experience with Ethereum, with smart contracts, with dApps, with DeFi, with Layer 2. I also scrambled some parts of EOS, of Stellar, and in latest time with Libra. And or right now, as everyone names it, DM. So basically, I can help you with contracts, with security, with compliance, with dApp design, and I guess choosing blockchain technology itself. I got also some background in startups in my past. I have been in different events in Poland and Germany. I also have taken part in startups. So I guess I can help you also a little bit with business side, but I guess it would be mostly from tech blockchain perspective. And that's all. I'm eager to see what can come up.
Okay. Yes, we are to make the blockchain based integral solution. We need to move forward. We started only less than a year ago, and all the COVID situation don't let us work normally. So obviously, the state needs to trust us, the companies need to trust us, everyone. And in this stage, we want to every of the interested parts participate of the network and probably get in charge of the seeds for allowing the coins to be seed, and then the state burn it when the discount is offered by the plastic tax. So it's a long way walking, and Uruguay laws are very slow. Everything is slow. The current situation is making it harder, but we trust a lot in our solution, and we are making it so great. We have a lot of members. We have a lot of plastic in the deposit, so everything is going just more than expected. But it's very difficult to make a new solution, new project. Everything is new, and we don't have nothing to compare. So it's very, but the people is with us, so we are so happy about it.
Sounds very good. I see you got plenty of challenges, so I hope we'll make some progress to get together in in the nearest month, I guess.
Thank you very much, and we hope to follow up on this progress too. So we would have to finish our pitching session for social impact badge and move forward with the panel discussion for R&D. I am thanking everyone who joined today for the pitching session, mentors, startups, and attendees. And welcome to the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Are we still on the main stage, or is there a panel?
I need to do something, or just wait?
Yes, we will be starting the panel discussion shortly, and I think other speakers will join the main stage in a few seconds. So Marcin can stay here as you would be the speaker as well for the panel.
Okay.
All right, is this it? Are we on now?
We are on.
All right, perfect. Hello, everyone. My name is Wojtek, and I'm the moderator for the Research and Development in Blockchain and Fintech Startups panel, with an emphasis of how to plan your MVP with minimal costs. And today I'm joined by an amazing team of experts in this space. I'm actually not one of them. I'm the one who's asking questions. Guys, let's just do a short introduction. So I'm going to start. I'm, as I said, I'm Wojtek, and I'm from Blockchain for Humanity. So what we do is we are finding projects that are using blockchain technology for social impact, and we're helping them by mentoring them, by providing introduction to the network, also helping on technical side. So that's my passion. And as my real job, what I do is I'm building decentralized storage with the Ethereum Swarm. And I'll give the word to Igor.
Hi. Should I introduce myself, right?
Yeah. Yes, please.
Yeah, so I'm Igor. I'm from Ukraine. I run a company called Espro. I'm a CEO and the founder of the company. So this is the company which provides software development services and specialize in products on product side. So we have about 160 engineers in Ukraine, and over the last 6 years of the company, we delivered more than 100 projects. Some of them are used by financial institutions like MasterCard, some banks, and some big retail brands as well. My passion is generally, in my early years of my career, I was an engineer, then more a product manager. So my passion is still creating a great products. And I like to collaborate with people who are creating great products, and I have that kind of vision how to deliver that products to the market, and when they need the support on the technology side. So I like to be a part of that. Yeah, that's briefly about me.
Thank you, Igor. Gabriel, would you go next? We don't hear you. Sorry, I think you're muted.
Check. Can you hear me now? Awesome. Thank you so much. All right. My name is Gabriel Cardona. I am the developer evangelist from Ava Labs. Ava Labs is a team building the Internet of Finance. So we have a very, very interesting architecture which allows decentralized applications and financial products to launch on their own subnetworks with complex validator rule sets and custom virtual machines. And I have been in the startup space for about a decade now. I had a previous startup called Bitbox, which was acquired by Bitcoin.com a few years ago. And I've been doing blockchain startups for probably around 5 years or so. Thank you for having me. It's an honor.
Thanks, Gabriel. How about you, Carol?
So first of all, I have to say that it's really cool that you guys, all guys are enthusiasts in what you are doing. I mean, it's a totally different way, different situation to talk with such a people, and a pleasure as well. So my name is Karol Stepien. I have 14 years of experience in financial industry. I was head of corporate banking and SME in 2 banks in Poland. And in total, my, let's say, banking experience is 11 years old. And for last 3 years, I started, and I still run my small consulting company, and also cooperate with 10 Clouds, which is a Polish software house, but doing most of its business abroad. And I'm building with 10 Clouds the, let's say, financial industry focused business. And I'm simply head of banking and fintech in this company. Yeah, I have some other, let's say, minor roles as well, but I think it does not make sense to, to mention them right now. And thank you for having me here as well.
Thanks, Carol. And we're also joined, I believe, by Marcin, who is a little bit mystery guest to me as well. So please go ahead and introduce yourself.
Yeah, I was just speaker, so I will just quickly reiterate what I just said before. I also work in 10Clouds like Carol, so we share the same company, and I work there as a backend and blockchain developer. I got 7 years in Python and 3 in blockchain. I had many different projects for different clients, from small startups to big enterprises, and I guess I have seen many different things across those 3 years, how the blockchain were evolving, and I'm here to help with technology side. So I guess that's all from me.
Perfect, thanks. Guys, I have a set of questions. So my first one would be, I've always used to build something that I wanted or that I needed as a software developer. But what happens if I want to do it right? What if I want to build a product that I'm not a user of? So what should I really do first? And why would I want to build an MVP? And I guess maybe, Igor, you can start. This sounds like it could be a question for you.
Yeah, so if you are planning to build a product which you are not user of, so I suppose, so you mean that so you don't have a very good deep understanding of how this product should potentially work in the real world out of the lab. So in this case, there is such a term, subject matter expert, which is a good role should be engaged building something. For example, if you build something for finance or for healthcare, so you should communicate with somebody like a doctor or somebody who is a financist, or somebody who works in the bank, preferred somewhere who is close to the customer. So you're creating the product which will be used for that type of customer. That person should be close to that customer. So if and better to engage as much as possible those subject matter experts. So those people, they will be able to tell you. So what is in reality is expected for your potential customer at this product, or should it be a different product, and how just they will give you ideas how to approach this, and that will give you more understanding of where to go forward to look at how to build an MVP. And for sure, so they will bring on board some ideas like who might be a potential competitor. So a simple mistake is typically that we're creating something new, so there is no any competition here, and for sure, so the idea is to create a product in a specific niche which is totally different from other products, but product in one niche is always a competition to other product in the niche nearby. So subject matter expert can bring in an understanding of who are the competitors or potential competitors, what are the patterns in the industry, so how to approach this. Yeah, and so they will give understanding where is that line of MVP, so where it should end, so to cut the budget, so not to create something big, so create something small on the paper. Yeah, and for sure, so there is other side, so the technology side. So somebody who is on technology knows the process. So in terms of the process, there is different approaches. Like at the first stage, you build a prototype, and there is different tools for that and the process. So for example, Google suggests design sprints, somebody else suggests different stuff. And so then the technologist on that side, together with a subject matter expert in the team, they will be able to bring an understanding of where should be the line of MVP, who is the customer, what should be inside of that.
So I think we're going to get into that as well, but let's stop kind of here.
Okay.
So I guess the outcome is I do a research by somebody who will actually use this product. So I identify a group of users, right? And
I would talk with somebody who knows this niche, who is a subject matter expert, and he will tell you with whom to talk, and then you can go to deep interviews and which researches, market research to look at, which is the market trends, where to look at. So somebody who is inside and market insider.
Right. And the other take that I took from that is that I also look at the competition that I already have, or that operates in this market, and I make some decision by that. So okay, you already went also towards the how to scope your product. So how can you decide what features your product should have, and how to start with that, and how to build that? Maybe Gabriel, just to call someone.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. So in my personal experience, I know the previous question had asked if you weren't the person using the app. My personal experience has been in my most successful startups, I was building them to solve a problem for myself. So I'm going to kind of twist a little bit and speak about when you are the user of your app. So to me, the way you really scope it out is you are solving a problem for yourself, and it's in the name, minimal viable product. You want to be able to do this. You're striking a balance between time, money, and your available skills. So presumably if you're a startup, it's just one or two guys or gals, the typical cliche in a garage in Silicon Valley or in Berlin or something, wherever your Silicon Valley is in your country. And you're trying to move fast, and you're trying to move inexpensively, and you're trying to have a 10x impact for 1/10 of the price. And so your single greatest competitive advantage is going to be speed. And so, as I think Igor, I believe, mentioned, sometimes people come into the space and they think there is no competition. We're the first person doing this. And it's possible you're doing that, but even in scenarios where, Steve Jobs and Wozniak were creating the first PC in their garage in Mountain View, there were other people building PCs somewhere around the world. So usually ideas sort of emerge in multiple places around the world, and then they will kind of come into focus in one or two places. It's very rare that you're the only person doing it. And so with regards to scope, really you just want to solve the problem that you're trying to solve, and you don't want any feature creep. So you don't really care how the CSS looks like. You're not tripping up on the design right now. You're simply trying to do this one thing. It can look horrible. A great example of that would be Craigslist. So even today, Craigslist has a notoriously poor user experience, but it hasn't prevented them from being outrageously successful because they solved the problem and they did it really well. So I think ultimately when it comes down to scope, you're just trying to strike that balance between time, money, and available skills. And ideally, you can in-house as much as possible. There's open source and Creative Commons stuff for everything. So, you can get a basic little HTML and CSS template. You've already got something which is great and responsive. You've got all the great JavaScript libraries and frameworks in the world. You've got all the full stack libraries and frameworks in the world. There's so much Creative Commons and open source stuff out there that if you can leverage that, you can definitely cut your price down. And so then it's just about how much can I in-house? How much can me and the 2 or 3 guys and gals on my team, how much can we own? Do we have a breadth of knowledge and a depth of knowledge? So to me, with regards to scope, it's always about striking a balance between time, money, and available skills.
Perfect. And in that sense, my following question would be, so how do you deal in a complexity that it's, let's say, inherent to your solution? So let's say you add something from the blockchain space, and we all know that developing anything in blockchain can be cumbersome, can be expensive, can be long, and can be full of bugs. So this is really an open question. Whoever wants to react, feel free.
I think that I would add 2 remarks to what guys have already said. That so I think that it's really cool to have this domain knowledge availability. But it is also a question if you can afford it. So it's let's say first question, or you have the access to this kind of knowledge. And of course, if you're, let's say, VC-backed startup already and successful entrepreneur and stuff like that, then probably this is not the case for you, and you simply reach for these people, and it's way easier to do things for you. But if it's more like, you know, two enthusiasts of something, they want to create a thing in, I don't know, for example, financial sector. It's not always the case that it's, you know, they can afford reaching this kind of people, and simply they can reach them. So what I would rather say is, or let's say point the attention more is simply the end user. And this is at least from my experiences, it's always the eye opener. So when you have this, like, for example, again, sorry for that, but comparing banks to each other, they seem to be like the same, right? And imagine this, like 100,000 of people trying to invent something new. Okay, it might sound like impossible mission, but when you work with these people and you know, try, and they have the expertise, the experience, and engagement often. But when you ask them, like, I don't know, how would you differentiate among other corporate bankers, for instance, and they will say, like, you know, we have this really cool relationships with our corporate customers, right? And this is bullshit, because in many cases, or in every case where you have corporate bankers within a bank, they will tell you that they have this super relationships with their clients, right? And what this shows is that they are good in pointing some directions, but they will not give you the answer. Okay, so and this is why I would rather push them all. I mean, the founding team, I know, advisors or developers, whomever is there in your team, to go simply to your clients and but do not talk like, oh, okay, we have this browser, would you like it or not, or I don't know, any other kind of feature. But try to understand what they're, you know, what they're frightened of, or what they're happy about, what they miss in their, I don't know, business activity, whatever. Try to find their pains and gains, and this is, let's say, a great start to build. And so this is, let's say, one remark. And another one is, I think that MVP is really, let's say, advanced stage of building your startup. So if I had to recommend what to do when, you know, when you like to revolutionize some kind of industry, I would strongly push you to simply check if first of all, if there is a problem which needs to be resolved, because in many cases people are resolving problems that do not exist. Okay, so and these are, you know, these data comes from different kind of researches, so it's not only my thoughts. And if you found, let's say, the I know your ultimate goal, or the ultimate need in your niche industry, whatever, then try to figure out how you could approach it, and then again go to your clients. And MVP, from my perspective, it's more like, you know, you already have money, I don't know, maybe based on your former work, or you have your investors, whomever it is, maybe your wealthy aunt, or maybe I don't know, friend in VC, or again, you have simply a track record of success and you're capable of obtaining this money. Then you can think about MVP. But first of all, you know, try if you're really resolving any, let's say, tangible problem for people. Yeah, sorry for maybe being too long in my speech.
Let me jump in and comment. So based on the question, so when people don't know, when people typically building the product, based on just in my experience, so when you're building a product which you're not a user of, typically this is a B2B product. So and this is so if you are using this product, this idea usually comes to you based on your day-to-day experience. And if you are trying, and most of the cases you're building a B2B product, you can't really play with it by yourself. So you need to be integrated to the business ecosystem or some specific business. And sometimes it's very hard to go directly to the customer who is potentially should buy that product after you will develop this. Mm-hmm. So that's why sometimes it's really a good move to go to somebody who is close to the customer. So somewhere in between you and the customer. So this gives you additional opportunity on your further steps and when you will be selling the product. So as soon as this would be somebody who will give you access to his community. So, and there is also a separate process of how to hunt those people. So there is different hackathons, networking events, and something else. I would say that hackathon is a good point to meet the people who are open to suggest you good ideas and who will be able to give you some access to their network, who might be your potential clients. And that will also give you so they will help you with building the product, and they will also help you further with the further selling of the product. So that's why I suggest to go to talk really with the people who know the industry. And then you will go, and you're right, so you need to go to the clients, you need to do the deep interviews and talk really a lot with the customers who will be really using that, but you need to get access to them.
Yeah, sorry guys, I didn't meant to kind of mislead you on this path of you're not really the user that is building, for whom you are building this product yourself. But really my question here isn't, and maybe this is in reaction to you, Carol, isn't MVP something that should actually validate whether my idea is even valid? And shouldn't this actually be the goal of the MVP?
You know, being experienced in contacts with different kind of big consulting companies, I could answer very simply, it depends. Imagine, for example, that you like to build a challenger bank. So to build, to make an MVP, you have to have like 1 up to 4 million euro or dollars. And I know it because I was, you know, participating in this kind of projects. So to really have this financial products available for clients, which are not like testing clients, but real users from the market, you have to have these licenses. You have to have, for example, a backend core system, which is always the most expensive thing when establishing such an entity, and so on and so forth. So when thinking, for example, to build a MVP in the fintech area, I would strongly not recommend to do this unless you have, you know, enough money to spend on this kind of activity. If it's something else in maybe more light industry, I don't have an idea what to put here as an example. But if it's like it costs you, I don't know, 10,000 bucks, then maybe it's worth to build MVP. But to test whether there is a specific need for the product that you would like to deliver, there are way easier ways to check it. For instance, let's say you would like to import, I don't know, Italian scooters, right? So imagine this kind of activity running in USA, for instance. It's, you know, a lot of paperwork, a lot of stuff like finding the scooters provider, checking if it's the right one, negotiating the terms, having the money to simply order the scooters, and probably it's not going to be one, but to make it, let's say, to make sense from the business perspective, it's more like you have to order 20 probably. So, you know, it's getting expensive, right? And how to do it in a way easier way, try to, let's say, make a leaflet or you know, digital or paper, whatever you would like to check the potential for the product, and try to somehow, I don't know, show advantages of using your scooter, the one that you would like to sell, okay? And approach potential buyers, and you can easily check whether they would like to buy it, and I don't know, leave you their emails, subscribe for the future sale of the scooters, or, you know, whatever it could be. And it costs you, like, I don't know, with doing very cool leaflet, both, I don't know, for social media, for CEO, for whatever Gmail campaigns and stuff like that. It's gonna cost you, like, I don't know, 200 bucks. That's all. And what kind of information then you have? If nothing happened, then you have a really great information for 200 bags that you know, something's wrong with your idea. So try to figure out different way to approach it. If something happened, I mean, you have like 20 potential buyers, then I think you might be pretty confident that at least 5 of them will buy the scooters, and maybe it makes sense to simply order them. And so this is what I meant, that MVP is, let's say, more advanced stage. Okay, it's a product actually somehow delivered, right? Yeah.
Thanks.
Can I weigh in
Gabriel,
on
I
that?
was wondering exactly if you have some different point of perspective, because your company exactly does that, tries to make development and building something much cheaper, right?
Mm-hmm. Right. And so I think Carol was spot on in the regard that it's kind of it sort of depends. So I kind of think about an MVP can be it can be an idea validation, or it can be a step that comes after an idea validation. So Carol mentioned, if you're doing a huge fintech startup in New York City and you need the BIT license, and it's going to cost you tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars and legal fees and time, et cetera, then you may do an idea validation stage where you ask questions like, who are our potential customers? What problem does our app solve? What's the solution to the problem? What are our app's strengths and weaknesses? How are we planning to get revenue? What are some of our key performance indicators, like user satisfaction, session length, average hours per user, hours of use per month, app opens? There's tons of KPIs. Once you flesh that stuff out, then maybe it makes sense to pull the trigger and do the thing which costs a lot of money and a lot of time. On the flip side of that, sometimes if you're solving a problem for yourself, you just have a very, very deep intuition about what the solution can be. And so you just rush in and you build it. And that often can be the case in things like you mentioned, something that our company does, which is developer services and tooling. We happen to have a very deep bench of a lot of technical expertise. And so there's a very, very deep intuition on our team about what exactly we need and what exactly we need to build. And since we're working on the very cutting edge of this technology, which is moving, light speed, our idea validation is oftentimes in building something and fleshing it out with users. So yeah, I think Carol was spot on in saying it kind of depends. If you're doing something which is huge and it's going to be a huge investment of time and money and legal resources, et cetera, maybe you want to move your idea validation into asking some of those questions that I mentioned. Or if it's just something that you just have a very, very deep intuition and you're very, very sure that this is a problem, I deal with it every single day, I'm going to build the solution to it, and I'm confident that this solution will solve other people's problems because it's the kind of problem that I run into every single day, then I think the MVP can be the actual idea validation.
Maybe I'll add just a sense from technological perspective, because basically I think sometimes MVP can be helpful as proof of concept, because you might think that your idea will work, but if it's really on innovative field like blockchain, you might know all the theoretical stuff, and it all comes into the practice if you are utilize some blockchain specific framework, or if you are able to actually put your I would say cryptographical theory into practice, and if it will work in mass scale. So for example, if it will handle the user traffic, or another way or point of view could be if it will pass through regulators, like guys from Facebook were pretty confident with Libra. However, they are hold, I would say, 2 years right now by the regulators and the law. So it's also some point to consider here. I agree with you in most of cases, but we need to have this also some light in regarding the blockchain specific field. It's very innovative. It's still unregulated. I would say in many ways it can change even from time to time. So I would say proof of concept is definitely helpful here, especially for this field.
I want to add there is also one very easy way to validate your idea. So if this is something which you, so based on my experience, so when you talk with the people, so if you have an idea and you try to do it step by step, and this is something which you do already for 6 to 12 months, so there is 1 year past and you're still doing this, then this is something similar like to the right idea. As soon as if you still have an interest in that business and you're still after a year you want to continue. If this is something which stops shorter rather than in a year. So mathematically, that might be not maybe this is the right idea, but maybe not for you at this stage. So I think the time also gives a huge input here.
But thanks. But surely that would not really be an MVP, right? That must cost a lot of money and investment and time to build something for 12 months. So how can you? I guess now the main question kind of is of this panels. So how can you really minimize the cost and the time and any other investment when you actually are building MVP, which is a product that serves at least one purpose, so it has at least one function, one feature that you really care about, and you're also building it to, let's say, validate your idea by trying to acquire some users that are passionate about it as well.
I think that we're let's say, from what I hear, we have pretty similar, let's say, understanding of how to approach these challenges of building new entity, new company, and to resolve some kind of people's problems. But I think we simply use these words differently. So I think we all pointed out that it's in the first place, it's a matter of validating the idea somehow. And I think that there were pretty cool insights in here. And something that we use in parallel, but I think it's not, let's say, the same thing, is MVP. And so at least my understanding is like you're approaching first the validation, as Gabriel said. You do this research in the market, you check the KPIs, you check the potential customers' behavior, what do they click, what do they do, and stuff like that. And you don't have to really have this MVP in place for this, right? Or the example with the leaflet that I mentioned, it's pretty much the same. So, and then when you're pretty confident after this, let's say, research or validation phase that, yeah, it might be a success, then you think about how to make MVP, and then probably the risk is way lower, and you're, let's say, way more confident to simply pay the costs of building such MVP, right? So, yeah.
Let me add something. So sometimes when I look at how sometimes when I look at how we are building the online businesses, so I find out a very interesting thing, that people are building these businesses totally online. So, and we sometimes forget that there is another piece, that this business is also works for offline people. I mean, like people in, so I mean for real people, so not for people who are totally 100% online. So, and the IT component here, so the software is really a piece which automates generally a process. So this is a number of processes which are embedded into IT software. So, and to start a business, there is always a good step, first of all, to build some processes, I mean some simple steps to do this value inside of the product which you potentially want to create, just manually. For example, if the product should, I don't know, like send emails, why you don't to send the emails manually? So you can send the emails manually first, try if this really works, if this is needed, and then to automate this. Or you can hire somebody like to send these emails manually, not doing this yourself. So you can hire a person who will do this manually, and then automate this process, building already a product which delivers that value.
Yeah, and I just wanted to weigh in here. So I think, as I mentioned before, it's always about striking that balance between time, money, and available skills. And then also being not getting pulled into the trap of feeling like you need to invent and build everything yourself. There is a huge, as I mentioned before, there's an absolute ocean of open source and Creative Commons tools out there. And one of the things you realize when you work with a great framework, so, you know, I'm a web developer, so I've worked with many great web frameworks from Node.js to Ruby on Rails, and it goes on. And one of the things you realize is that, you know, it's kind of like the 80-20 rule. 80% of the time, we're all solving similar problems. And then it's just kind of the stuff we do on top, which really gives value to our particular idea or our particular tech stack. But if you leverage open source tools or Creative Commons tools, or if you go out there and plug into existing communities and their meetups and their email list and their Stack Overflow groups, et cetera, you'll realize that there is really a lot of the stuff you need to do has probably either been solved or it's very close to where you want it to be. And then you can take existing work and you can maybe tweak and build upon it. So I think that's one way you can ultimately keep the price down, is just appreciating that there is really a lot of open source and Creative Commons stuff that you can leverage. And then to build upon that, there is so much information in the world. I saw a great article with Bill Gates where he was saying the best college education you can get in the world now is online. And it's simply because all of the resources are there, other than the, you know, meeting up with people physically, which of course has a value. With regards to information, it's all online, and there's great academic earth, and Stanford puts all their stuff online. You know, you can basically go and get a first-class degree. Maybe you won't be accredited, but you'll get the information you need for free online. So this kind of goes back into what I was saying. How much can you or somebody on your team in-house this information? Can you learn the very basic skills you need to fulfill that particular to solve that problem at this phase of your startup's life cycle? And the benefit of that is maybe, you know, you're the person starting this, and as your company becomes more and more successful, you're not necessarily going to be the person doing tweaks to the HTML in a year from now. But if you're the person doing tweaks to the HTML now, that will give you the benefit of that knowledge. So when you do hire somebody, or whenever you do hand that off to somebody else on your team, you have a sense of what they're doing and how long it should take them. And you have some competency in being able to look at their work and judge whether it's valuable or not. So I think, yeah, being able to leverage the, you know, the wisdom of the crowd, basically leverage open source and Creative Commons software, going online and learning the very basic skills you need so that you can take that first step and then later hand it off to somebody else, are great ways that you can bring down the cost, accomplish a 10x solution at 1/10 the price and speed.
But I would say find some balance and don't try to do everything by yourself, because you'll be doing this for a whole year and you won't see an end product. Basically, also find, I would say the good team composition is also a key thing here, to try to spread the responsibilities. And I would say, like Gabriel said before, use whatever is existing before. Like, don't reinvent the wheel. It's very important. It gives you, like, it's far more better to like reuse what is existing and speed up your process, make it quicker to the customer, like shorten. It will for sure like lower the costs. And I would say in the end, from my perspective, the most important thing is the client will like the product, because it should be approachable. So I would say if something is simpler but works, it's better. Don't add too much. Don't strike for some rocket ship from the day zero. Just validate each step, I would say, and like the best product will like protect himself and win. I would say.
Perfect. Thanks, guys. I think we're slowly running out of time. So let's just do some closing, and I would like all 4 of you to give me, let's say, 3 words or 3 kind of bullet points. What do you think is important and when building MVP, or what can decrease the price? Whoever wants to go, please.
So you build yourself the research phase, talking to people and talking to customers, talking to experts, and based on that exploration, you will written down the specification of the product. That's the number 1, which you will lowercase the MVP phase. I think using the right tools, building the discovery phase, or building the the application itself, different integrations and other stuff, will also lower the price as well in a huge. So I mean, like integrating with different existing software.
Okay. Okay, I can go next if it's okay. So I would have two advices. So first one is whatever you do when you're trying to invent something, start with the customer and act backwards. So let's say to summarize what I was saying and you know somehow our discussion as well. Yeah, and yeah, basically, I think to not maybe to extend the time too much. I think this is the most important thing to remember when inventing new things.
Go for it, Marston.
Okay, so I would summarize this as first thing would be a research. So it like compose everything like technical research, research with customer, research about the product and domain specific knowledge. Another one would be good team composition. And I think there is also a huge amount about the trust between team members. You should be able to rely on each other's. And the last one I would see it's striking the real problems, like validating if this product is really needed and if you really can benefit from it. Because if you won't solve any problem, then I think your solution can be the best in the world, but no one will use it. So I would say reach for something that will help either yourself, somebody who really needs it, and could you utilize it.
Yeah, those are great. So I would say if I had to kind of come up with three concepts, I would say the first one is user experience. So solve a problem which you yourself have a good intuition around. So, you know, if you're a software developer and you always have your own little personal library that you've built to speed up your workflow, consider somehow that you can open source it and extend it to the world. Always try and approach a problem that you're confident is a problem which is worth solving, and that you know when it solves it makes a drastic improvement on your life. Then you can be confident that your problem is going to bring value, or that your solution, I should say, is going to bring value into the real world. The next one I would say is speed. So the single greatest competitive advantage that any startup can have is speed. It's worth more than money. It's worth more than brand, intellectual property, where you're located, your team, anything. Speed is the single greatest competitive advantage. The larger the incumbent is, the slower they're going to be able to move. So it's like if you picture a huge ship, or you picture some little quick boat which can go really fast and move very nimbly. If you and your small team of developers and designers and friends, etc., are attacking a problem, and then a huge company is attacking the problem, they may have way more money and they may be able to throw more people at it, but it's kind of like the mythical mammoth. At a certain point, you actually slow the team down by adding more people onto it, right? And so I would say always just focus on speed, moving as fast as possible. And then lastly, I would say simplicity. So this is a minimal viable product. So as you're building this thing, don't get feature creep and fall down the rabbit hole of saying, oh, I'm going to spend an entire week creating a profile page and it's going to look great across iPhone and iPad and it's going to be responsive. We're not building profile pages. We're solving a completely other problem, right? So you have to be very strong about saying no and not allowing feature creep. So I would say user experience, speed, and simplicity.
All right. Thank you guys very much. This was a wonderful panel. I myself have learned a lot from here. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you as well.
Thank you, everyone. Cheers.
Yeah, bye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our last startup pitching batch. Today, we have 6 emerging tech startups and 6 mentors. So let us begin with our first project, Neo XP, and I'm excited to introduce you Jeremy Ma. Jeremy, please go ahead with your presentation.
Okay. Hi everyone, I'm Jeremy, co-founder and CEO for NewXP. So let me just present to you. Okay. Okay, so NewXP is actually an integrated digital banking application, whereby, so I will just give a bit overview. So bank customers are actually seeking for convenience and value-added banking services, as we know. So what are the issues that are currently being faced by most of these banking customers? It's definitely the first thing is what we see is that it's a very complex onboarding process. Some of the digital banking platforms that we see today, they are not really fully digitized. And of course, the other thing is the hassle that they have to go through. Of course, some of the process are they are still involving manual submissions and so on, and there are also various layers in terms of the onboarding process. And process of opening the bank accounts can take from 2 hours based on the digital front, and it could take up to a few days or even a few weeks if done over the counter. And what are the challenges in terms of accessing the bank account as a non-resident? So there are also various requirements that is being imposed by the traditional banks. And of course, if we are looking at the fees, whether on the traditional front, it could go as high as $50 for international wire transfer. And the other problem that we have identified is actually there are too many different apps. There is no one banking provider currently that incorporates all the banking, investment, and also the lifestyle services under one single application. And especially if you are going to a different country, most often the time you will not be going through the hassle of installing all the various applications in order to act or to live like a local. So what's holding back? So I wouldn't be going through each and every one, but these are some of the reasons of a household not having a bank account. And what are the market opportunity that we see? So in one of the main market that the new XP is looking at is actually the non-resident market. And in terms of our go-to-market strategy, we are looking to deploy both initially our business in the Europe and subsequently in the US. So in terms of the largest number of non-residents on the global front, we are looking at about 82 million in Europe in 2019 itself. And of course, in terms of the number of the growth in the digital banking space, we are looking at the users growing as much as up to about 54% increase from now until 2024. So what are the solutions that we are bringing on the table is that we are bringing one of its kind digital banking application that goes beyond a banking app. So whereby we are looking at fully digitizing all the banking and lifestyle offerings in one single application. And of course, in terms of accessibility, everything can be done remotely. And of course, and here the flexibility whereby users will not have to go through the registration or the onboarding process again and again for the various whether financial or investment products that is available on our platform. So these are some of the key features of our platform. And what's in store for our users? Definitely, we are providing access to all these services at low fees, instant setup, and 24/7 access through the mobile application. And of course, having all the services in one single app, that would provide greater financial inclusion and a full access to all the services within the same application, regardless of wherever you are in the world. Whether in Europe, US, or even Asia, you will see the same interface. Unlike the other applications out there where you have to download based on the different geographical locations. And this is how our customer journey looks like with and without new XP. So whereby what we aim to tackle here is that we are looking to provide that experience even at the pre-departure stage, whereby we actually look to support our users even before they depart for the destination country, and we are looking to facilitate the user experience whereby.
Jeremy,
yeah.
Unfortunately, I will have to stop you here because 5 minutes is already
sorry.
is already over. Yeah, we will be happy to give you more chance to present in some of our next events or share with our attendees separately. So no worries. We will reach out to you as well.
Sure.
So I'm happy to announce your mentor. Your mentor will be Sajib Azad. Unfortunately, today there happened an urgent United Nations meeting, so he couldn't be here online. But we will connect you with Sajib right after the event is finished, so you will be able to get in touch with him. And I'm pretty sure you will have plenty of time to chat and introduce yourself to Sajib. And for everyone else, I also want to introduce Sajib just on his behalf. Sajib is a digital finance consultant at United Nations Capital Development Fund's Digital Payment Innovation Hub. Previously, he also spanned banks, including Standard Chartered, HSBC, Barclay, and regulators such as Bank of England and ECB. He also was included in such international development organizations like World Bank and UNDP. And of course, Sajib has a great expertise in digital finance, risk, and inclusive development. And remember that previously you were including different Christmas wish. So of course we tried to respond to all of them, and we found that Sajib would be a perfect match for your project. That's why we're happy to connect you both.
I see, that's great.
So Jeremy, thank you a lot for your today's presentation. As I mentioned already, you will hear from us and you will get an introduction with Sajib. So you will be able to have a conversation with him after the event.
Yeah, sure. Thanks.
Guys, we will be starting with our next project shortly. We're just waiting for just a moment. Yeah, we're just waiting for Joan to appear here. Okay, perfect. So I'm very glad to announce the next project. It's a Square One, and Jovan Pavlicevic. Sorry, Jovan, you can correct me if I pronounce your name wrong. So Jovan will be introducing his project. I'm giving you 5 minutes, so you can start with your pitch.
Hey, thanks, Elena, and the pronunciation was pretty decent. It's Jovan here from Square One, and yeah, coming to you from New Zealand this morning, down the bottom of the earth. So hi to all you guys around the world. Square One, we think we're solving a pretty important problem, and that's youth financial literacy and capability. Yeah, so we've been working on the idea now for less than a year, and we should be launching in April. So Square One is a MasterCard prepaid debit card connected to an app, and the app is controlled by parents and utilized by kids. So we're looking at a customer acquisition cost of around $10 to $20 per customer, and a customer lifetime value of around $5,000 per customer. So we see quite a large opportunity there. My business partner, co-founder, has over 20 years in the payment space. He's worked at all of the schemes, so Visa, MasterCard, a bunch of banks in the UK, and has successfully brought credit cards to market in the past. And myself, I have a history in financial services as well, 15, 16 years. And I spent the last 5 years of that building up my first business, which was called Forest, that was based in London. And we were a regulated financial advice firm and chartered accounting practice. And I spent 5 years building that up to a team of 25 people, and achieved an exit from that, from a still growing business in kind of late 2016. So between the two of us, we have the track record, and we think we've got the team to pull it off. So our why is all about raising financial capability for the next generation. We've got the app, which is connected to the card. Parents control the app, and parents and kids can do things like in the app, they're able to create jobs. So this is about managing household chores for the kids, managing their pocket money, and the whole experience for the child is gamified in a very positive way, so that they're incentivized to create jobs, to do the jobs, to earn the money, and then to be encouraged to not only to save, but also to spend in responsible ways. So they're able to set up goals and save towards particular targets that they want to earn towards. From there, it is all gamified to encourage them along that journey. And this has come about through, I've got a 9-year-old daughter myself, and trying to pass on the financial lessons to her about how to be good with money is quite tricky in a cashless world. And in New Zealand in particular, we're quite advanced down that road to a cashless world, where probably, I think it's getting on for 90% now of transactions are contactless. So kids don't get to see and handle cash. So it's trying to make all those lessons tangible. We will launch in April. We have a MasterCard license, so we'll be a principal issuer for New Zealand, and we can extend into Australia. We will have our own BIN, which is a bank identifier number. So that's the first 6 digits that you'll see in your 16-digit card number. And that's taken quite a lot of work to achieve that position. MasterCard are investing a reasonable amount of money in us to get us to that stage. And once we launch in April, there's quite a large addressable market here. New Zealand is, bar none, the most profitable place in the world to be a bank. So we've got a situation with a very small number of old entrenched players who kind of dominate the market, and the whole global neobank trend hasn't actually happened in New Zealand yet. So we've got 0 challenger banks. So kind of the medium to long-term strategy is to use this as a customer acquisition tool. We build financial capability for the next generation. We become the incumbent player in that parent youth space. And then as well as onboarding the children, we're actually onboarding the parents. So that puts us in a great position in sort of 3 to 5 years to actually become New Zealand's first neobank. So yeah, I think that's a kind of quick 4 or 5 minute overview. Any questions?
Thank you a lot for your presentation, Jovan, and sorry for calling you Jovan previously. Yeah. I think your time is just was a perfect 5 minutes presentation, so I didn't even need to interrupt you. So for now, I will be your mentor. So since I'm also a moderator, so I will have to announce myself. So I'm Elena Obucho. I will be your mentor, and give me just a little bit of time. I will give introduction to you and to the rest of attendees. So,
that's awesome. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. So, as I already mentioned, I'm Elena. I'm a strategic advisor. I'm founder and CEO at FIS and MakeEvent, the platforms that you are using right now to attend this speech. Previously, I was living in Asia. I was also living for a little bit in Europe, and now I'm in Latin America. So I explored a little bit of market. And I've been helping different projects with market expansion, with understanding their market niche, finding market validation, and building a business from scratch. Previously, I was also living in China, and I had an opportunity to help some of the projects, learning more about the Chinese market and its specifics, also helped with market expansion there. And now, being a founder and CEO at FIS, we started this company with the idea to help small and medium-sized companies to launch in the market and overcome all the challenges that they experienced at the very beginning. And we recently also started with a fundraising vertical, where we connect startups with our network of investors. Right now, we have more than 100 VC funds, mostly located in US, in Europe, but we also cover some funds from Latin America and Asia as well. And we specialize in preparation of all fundraising materials, building fundraising strategy for early stage blockchain and fintech projects. And since you mentioned in your application as your Christmas wish that you need help with top-notch fundraising materials preparation, my colleagues decided that that would be a perfect match to assign me as your mentor. And of course, I'm more than happy to help with your journey. And I will be, in this way, I will be reaching out to you after the event, so we can schedule another call and discuss your project in more detail.
That's wonderful. Thanks, Elena.
Thank you, Johan, again for your presentation, and we're ready to move on with our next project.
All right.
Hello, we're back with our pitching session, and I'm excited to announce our next speaker from startup called Byro, Edgar Herader. We're so glad to see you here today. You can start with your presentation. Remember, you have only 5 minutes for your talk.
Yes, awesome. And nice to be here. Okay, let's start. My name is Edgar Herrador. I am the founder and CEO of Byro. In Byro, we are building a protocol between blockchain and financial services. The name of this new protocol is Ahoy Finance. So what is Ahoy Finance? Ahoy Finance is a DeFi protocol that allows the issuance and the trading of financial instruments using synthetic assets. This is the main, this is the core of this protocol, synthetic. Synthetic is the name of the game in our platform. So next, which is the current situation of the DeFi market? Okay, 14 billions in total value. So we want to be part of this market. Another point is cryptocurrencies are in the main market only, mainly. Additionally to cryptos, we want bring real world assets and traditional finance instrument to the DeFi. Another point in the current market is collateral is excess. We want to reduce the ratio of the collateral supporting trading. And the last point in the current situation of DeFi market is lack of liquidity. Yeah, synthetics can be used to inject liquidity into the market, reducing the cost for investor and creating a massification of the user around DeFi markets. These are the reasons that we are on the DeFi market. Yeah. So before continue explaining the Ahoy Finance platform protocol, I want to say something. What are synthetics? A synthetic is a financial instrument that simulates other instruments. In other words, performance of any financial instruments can be simulated using a combination of other financial instruments. It's very easy, very general definition, but it's important to continue with the presentation. Ahoy Finance is a DeFi protocol where new and combined financial instruments are issued and traded through synthetic assets, representing any cryptocurrency, traditional finance instrument, or real-world asset. So Ahoy Finance runs on Avalanche, like a third-generation blockchain. This is our architecture. The main part of this architecture is Ahoy token and Ahoy SIN. Ahoy SIN is the part of the protocol to mint synthetic assets. Ahoy token is very important because this is a stable coin. It's an elastic coin. Can never be diluted by supply inflation. So, in resume, Ahoy token is very important because can be used like a collateral when you trading something in our platform. Next, synthetic asset represents a financial instrument. One or many financial instrument can be wrapped around Ahoy synthetic asset. Okay, next. What does mean Ahoy SIN? Ahoy SIN is a protocol based on total return swap concept. In the most technical view, this is a smart contract which could provide synthetic exposure to a wide different assets. Total return swap, this smart contract, contains all the rules, economic, termination terms, margin requirements, between the different users around using and trading the synthetic. Okay. Next, we are using Avalanche because technically it's high throughput, low latency, and is very cheap for the user, 10 times less than Ethereum. This is our business model. We are trying to get some fees around different tradings actions for the user. We have two competitors, Synthetix and UMAT, but these are on Ethereum, not on Avalanche. And this is the team right now. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you a lot for your great presentation. And it's a pleasure to have you today. And remember that you were mentioning your Christmas wish earlier. And for this reason, we are happy to announce Charlie Oliver, who will be your mentor. And she will be helping you with validating your go-to-market strategy. Charlie, please turn on your camera and microphone, and maybe you can give a little bit information about yourself for all our attendees, and mention a few things for the buyer. Charlie, you're on mute.
I can hear you.
I'm always like, really?
Yeah.
I'm the person who's always on mute when I shouldn't be. First of all, congratulations on a great presentation. Well, first of all, congratulations on launching a startup that's very difficult to do in this market, and it certainly is very difficult to do when there are a lot of people who are still sort of struggling to understand the technology. But of course, you know your market, and I am actually someone who works in this space, and I have for the past 10 years of helping companies to, number one, go to market with their technologies, number two, to sort of define it for the market, right? And to sort of understand how the user and how the consumer obviously is really thinking about the technology, about what the offering is. A lot of times we take something to market. I know this as an entrepreneur, we take something to market and we think we know what it is, and then the market tells us otherwise, right? So I live in that space and I enjoy that. And at Tech 2025, where I'm a CEO, we actually work with bringing technologies, emerging technologies to the broader public, and that's professionals and startups and entrepreneurs and that type of thing. So especially with regards to fintech, right, and crypto and all of the issues, and there's a little bit of baggage there, right, over the past several years, a lot of I think probably confusion even with people who are in the space, but it's exciting and I love what you guys are doing. And so do you want me to, I just have a question about the presentation right now. I'm talking No, I mean, Elena, what's expected of me right now beyond what, I mean, so first of all, I'm happy to be your secret Santa. Did I not say that? Well, when I saw it, when the team at when they sent me your deck and your information and everything, I was excited right away. I have to be honest with you, because I understood it right away. Now, I'm not saying I understand everything about it, and I I would have questions, but I got it, and it excited me because I said, yes, I could see why this is needed. And I immediately wanted to know more about your competitors and that type of thing. So I'm really happy to be your secret Santa. Elena, is there anything else? I'm not really sure about this sort of what's expected right now. Is there?
For now, yeah, it's you can give your feedback or ask some questions if you have any. Otherwise, we will be connecting you after the event. So we will have plenty of time to talk to each other and discuss project already in detail.
Okay. So I do have a question. I have a couple of questions, but we can get more. We can get more into that afterwards, because one of the things that I can tell you as someone who I sit in with teams and I ask really difficult questions, right? And I love doing that. And if I'm not getting the answer, we go deeper. And so we'll have a lot of fun together. But I just want to tell you, I'm a little tough in that way. So, but right now, I want to know what your biggest pain point in bringing this to market has been so far. Okay.
Yeah, it's really a difficult question, because mainly there are 2 points. The first point is the technology. Right now, we are working on Avalanche. We are building on Avalanche, and Avalanche is continue building new versions. So we can, for one side, waiting for some new features because we need that features, and the other side, we need to change some feature that we are building because maybe in the Avalanche infrastructure or APIs are changing a little bit, but it's a technical problem, but not it's a big problem. The other part of the problem we are trying to resolve is about financial to create the proof of concept and the MVP, because we are working like my team, all my team is in Mexico, so we need to create the solution in a parallel way because we are working in other projects, yes, in blockchain for sure, but we need to divide our time between build the platform and work in another kind of projects around blockchain. In this way we can get personal funds to continue building the project, the Ahoy Finance protocol. Yeah.
Okay, one
That's
more
it.
question. Thank you.
Sure.
Charlie, I think we will have already to move to our next project. I'm really sorry to interrupt here.
I'm sorry. But then thank you for answering that. And actually, the both problems really concern me very much. And I think we have to address those two problems before we can really figure out how you brand this and send it to the market in a way that's really strong. So I look forward to that.
Yeah, guys, we will connect you, and after some time, we will also reach back to you to hear some updates, and we will be happy to also prepare maybe some short presentation, like a video presentation for all the project updates, so to make sure that all attendees can know more about the project. And thank you, everyone, for your presentation, both to you, Edgar and Charlie, for joining us today. We are ready to move to our next project. And yeah, Rashida, okay, just waiting for Rashida to come back. Okay, perfect.
Thank you very much.
Awesome work. So I'm excited to announce Rashida Mayhain from Green Chips. Rashida, you can start with your presentation.
All right. So hi, my name is Rashida Mayhan, and I'm the founder and CEO of Green Chips. We are more than just a personal finance app. Green Chips is helping you transform your money mindset. So what if I were to tell you that we are in a $12 to $14 trillion storm? Say, Rashida, what are you talking about? Well, by 2030, there's a group in the US population who will control 2/3 of all consumer wealth and be the beneficiaries of the largest wealth transfer in the country, estimated to be $12 to $14 trillion. However, that same group with all that money is still uncomfortable with making financial decisions, are worried about their financial future, they lack significant control of their finances, have huge misconceptions about building wealth, and 68% of them have $0 saved because they feel like they don't make enough money to get by. That group is women. The number one cause of stress in America is money, and millennial women worry about their finances more than any other group. I should know. I used to be one of those women. You see, I have spent the last 10 years working for some of the world's largest wealth management and financial institutions, such as Wells Fargo and Morgan Stanley. However, my first true encounter with money came with the passing of my father at the age of 16. He was the sole breadwinner in our home, but unfortunately, after he passed, I watched my mother struggle to gain control over her finances. After watching her over and over, we went from living a great lifestyle to barely making ends meet. I knew there had to be a change as I was becoming an adult myself. So I didn't get off that easy though. I had to drop out of college and became a single mother at the age of 21. I adopted my 3 nieces and nephews at the age of 23. So for anyone that's counting, that's 4 kids at 23. And then at the age of 27, I suffered from mental illness as the weight of the world just kind of sat on my shoulders. However, one of my favorite quotes is, rock bottom will teach you lessons that mountaintops would not. So although I was going through those things and the odds were stacked against me, I was still able to purchase my first investment property at the age of 23, my second investment property at the age of 25. I graduated with my Bachelor of Science in Business and Financial Planning in 2019 and have maintained a thriving career in finances for the last decade. I am Green Chips. I am proof that no matter what life throws at you, if you're able to shift your mindset, eliminate bad habits, get very clear on the goals you want to achieve and how to achieve them, life has limitless possibilities, especially with building wealth. Our target audience is African American women ages 23 through 38 with a sub-target of millennial women in the same age category. And what we do here at Green Chips, our mission is to help women decrease their financial anxiety, stress, and worries while planning for their financial future. We do this by using proven financial and cognitive therapy practices that help them transform their money mindset, eliminate bad habits, identify long-term goals, and how to achieve them. We go beyond what traditional personal finance and robo-advisory apps provide by focusing on our users' total health. In return, that increases their financial health. We help them level up their wealth step by step. In step 1, it's understanding your relationship and behaviors with money. This is the most important part of all steps. In step 2, it's all about planning. So this is where your financial planning begins. In step 3, you're going to execute your plan, starting from eliminating debt all the way to investing right on our platform. And last but not least, in step 4, you're going to measure and improve. You have daily spending and mood check-ins and weekly financial and mindset challenges to help you build better habits around your finances and have preventative measures so you'll have more control over your finances. And guess what? You're going to get rewarded for doing good. Yes, less stress, more confident, get rewarded for it. That's wealth done right. So when you complete your daily check-ins and weekly challenges, you will be rewarded with Green Chips. Your Green Chips rewards can be redeemed for wellness, benefits, discounts, and prize because we believe that total wellness equals financial wellness. What makes us different than our competitors is we make personal finance fun and stress-free. We address all factors that affect your financial health, so not just the numbers, and we help you break bad money habits so you can create the life you desire and deserve. We have a B2C model with a market size of 436 million. And then our financial projection, we're looking for hockey stick growth in year 3 to 5 million. Our go-to-market strategy, we've already secured commitments to promote our MVP on leading professional networks for women, so we'll continue those efforts. And then our traction and rewards, we have 51 early subscribers and over 3K followers across our social media assets. Super excited about that. And we have 10 awesome team members that's helping me bring Green Chips to you each and every day. They're working so hard. So join us in helping the 93% of women who say they significantly influence what financial services their family use, gain the confidence and control over their finances. Thank you, and that's joingreenchips.com.
Thank you, Rashida, for your presentation, and it's really great to have you today with us. And now, this moment of mystery when we're gonna announce your Secret Santa. I'm so excited to announce Henry Ngan as your mentor and your Secret Santa. Henry, please give us a little bit about, like a little bit more information about yourself. Just introduce yourself for Rashida and for all attendees. And yeah, go ahead, please.
Absolutely. Hi, Elena. Hi, Rashida. Henry Yan here. Let me do a quick intro, then I'll just have a brief conversation with Rashida. So I'm a finance guy my entire career. Have always had an emerging technology bent. I've worked from auditing, consulting, Wall Street and asset management, CFO for publicly traded companies, and most recent years, the last few years, I have a small advisory firm that I do fractional CFO and COO work with startups and SMBs. And I'm a venture partner for a venture fund looking for early stage company, fintech, blockchain, consumer, AI, ML. So that's by way of background. Rashida, congratulations with your startup. I can see a lot of your enthusiasm. You know, I see women talk with their hands. There's just a lot of excitement. I think in terms of the comments, I'll probably take it offline with you. I think just want to be respectful to others. I'm sure some of my colleagues are right behind me, but I'll take it offline when Faz or Elena and the team make the introduction. I'll connect with you, and then just anything you want to talk about. So I think more or less I think mentorship is about conversation. It's not about one-sided. So anything you want to talk about, then we'll talk then. Okay. Anything else, Elena, here?
Sure. Oh, I think we lost Rashida at the moment. Okay, no worries. I think she heard all your. Okay, Rashida is back. Okay, Rashida.
I think she is my secret center. Not I'm her secret center.
Yeah. No. Now Rashida is secret Santa.
There I go.
Guys, thank you a lot for joining today. Both of you, Rashida for your presentation, Henry for joining us as a mentor. As I mentioned to all previous projects and mentioning to you again, we will put you in touch after the event, so you will have official introduction. And after that, you are free to start the mentorship, and we will probably reach out to you within 1 month or 1.5 months just to check how the thing's going, and maybe do another video recording on the updates, because we're really happy and excited for all the progress that goes with our startups.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Perfect. Thank you.
And we will be waiting for our next project here. Okay. So, okay, we're good to go with our next startup. And again, so excited as usual to announce Maya Ahmed and Habiba Hamid, who will be introducing the project. Habiba, I will let you start with your presentation. Remember, you have 5 minutes, and after it, we will be announcing your Secret Santa.
Thank you very much, Elena. Shall I switch on my microphone and the video?
You can turn on your video, microphone, and all these 5 minutes yours.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So I'm Habiba from My Ahmed, which is a fintech startup that's changing the way Muslims access financial services. We're building a digital bank that also has a robo-advisor that is also tied to a lending platform. Our target is to enable Muslims to bank according to their faith. We want to bring more people into the fintech fold, and we're hoping to boost financial literacy and inclusion. Why are we doing it? We found that Islamic finance is a $3 trillion industry right now, but it's actually quite antiquated from a banking and branding perspective. So you don't sort of think of banks and in general as cool, and in particular, you don't think of Islamic banks as cool. But that's interesting to us, because at the same time, 67% of Muslims in Europe are millennials or Gen Z. So it's a young population. It's 80 years younger than the other groups. So this generation of young Muslims is very tech savvy. So how do we combine young Muslim interests with branding that appeals to that demographic? And can we do it in a socially responsible way? Our idea started 2 years ago, and there are 3 co-founders, Jad Salha, Karim Ghazal, and myself. And we complement each other's skills. Karim is a CTO, and he's got a background at Tesco Mobile and RBS. The CEO, Jad, he's got a background in sort of 20 years in banking, accounting and financial services. So he started out as a CPA with an accounting background, but he also holds a CFA and an MBA from Wharton. And he ran his own investment management firm. So he brings the banking and financial clout to the table. I bring eyeballs to the platform. My background is I've helped build digital platforms for the Turkish government, leading to 1 billion views in the first year. I launched Newsweek in the Middle East. I've worked in conflict zones and Muslim environments, 20 cities around the world. So I worked in media and in governance, launching products, for 20 years. So the 3 of us want to create a kind of young, dynamic brand, and under that umbrella to bring in other financial services and other products. Those are our goals, but how are we going to execute them? So we chose to start in the UK in particular because it's the toughest regulatory environment in the world, probably. So the FCA is probably the best regulator, in the world. So we're kind of starting high. There's also a very accessible ecosystem for fintech that's very easy to leverage off and develop from. And we also realized that the rule of law is particularly important, not only to make people feel secure in terms of their assets, but also because of the regions, that Muslims in particular come from. And then it comes down to branding. We also realized that very few brands travel better from the East. So most developed brands from Europe or the UK, they travel west. They travel east, but very few brands move from east to west. Very few brands go global from emerging markets, unfortunately, but that's the reality. So again, why did we choose the UK? We're either from the UK or we've lived there for a long time. We wanted to start there in continental Europe and to launch in that market. It's the most underserved market for Muslims in fintech right now. So we are launching in Q1 of next year, and we're starting off by opening digital bank accounts in the EEA. So that's most countries except for Switzerland, and there's 30 million European Muslims that we're targeting. So even if we can't expand globally, can we have a fintech solution for 30 million European Muslims? The only way to do that is to cross-sell, to offer services across the lifetime value of a customer. So to our customers, we'll ask, why do you need 5 apps for your money? Why not integrate it into one? We can't, even though we're Muslims, we can't go to people as Muslims and say, hey, you're Muslim, we're Muslim. That's not going to work. So what's our USP? How do we attract people? And what are we using to do that? So our first hook, if you like, is to focus on products that all Muslims demand. 96% of Muslims actually want halal interest-free current accounts, for example. And if you're new to the Muslim space, one of the key things that's important for us is zakat. So it's one of 5 obligatory pillars in Islam. It's a yearly charitable tax of about 2.5% of everyone's wealth that Muslims have to pay. But it's not as simple as that. Muslims are struggling to do that calculation and they desperately want to do it. So what we do provide is a zakat calculator, and we simplify that calculation for them. We prevent them from struggling and we show them how to donate. We provide them with a list of pre-vetted kind of charities to donate to. That's one of the hooks. We've got many. Another is money circles. You've seen them elsewhere as group rotating and savings credit. Group savings and rotating credit. It's like a hawala, kind of a chip fund system. So we've got that set up as well. That's launching in March with the initial offering. 2 months after that, we're launching a robo-advisor in Q1. Is that my time up? And then, oh, sorry. Okay, just very briefly. So our overarching goal is to create the world's premier digital wallet for Muslims, and there are a billion of us, so quite a lot. Thank you, Elena. I won't keep you longer than that. Thank you.
Thank you, Habiba, for introducing my Ahmed. And I actually quite excited about the project. I know that Islamic fintech is on the rise and that UK is quite a big market. FIS will have one of the reports coming out very soon about Islamic fintech in the UK and outside the UK. So I will be happy also to share it with everyone who is interested in this topic. And now is the time to announce your Secret Santa. And we have here Lavina. Lavina, are you here with us? So Lavina Ramkinson will be your mentor, and I'm giving a time to Lavina to introduce herself and maybe share a few thoughts about the project or ask some questions.
Yeah,
Lavina, you can take over.
Hi, how are you?
Very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. Apologies for the video not coming on, last minute technical issues. But yeah, super excited. Congratulations. Awesome efforts thus far to you and the team. So just a little bit about myself. I've been one of the Trailblazers Leadership Awards within Africa. I'm also one of the Director Generals for the Global Council. Kind of very much in the technology space for about over 20 years. And, my span of interest, particularly with startups, has been coaching and mentoring them, and I've done probably about 50 to date. That's 50. So quite a large number behind me. And you know, my sort of work kind of spans across all different technologies. So whether it's the AI space, blockchain, or any of the other emerging sectors. Particularly in the fintech and open banking space, I completely understand what you guys are going through. You know, when it comes to regulations and research and having to really, really understand what you particularly need to achieve. So, you know, kudos to you guys in terms of having done that research and a sterling job at that. And yeah, I guess just really looking forward to meeting everyone and unpacking, you know, whatever we need to take you to the next level.
That's really exciting, Living. It sounds like you're South African. My mother was South African as well. I don't know if you're.
Oh, yay!
Yes, yes.
Excellent. I am.
Ik kan praten Afrikaans just a tiny bit.
Then there was even a better match than we expected.
Well, you know, this is the whole thing, and that's partly why, you know, I was involved. It's such a global brand, so it's exciting to see another South African. I think if you are South African, I'm not sure, but yeah.
I am. Right. Yeah, absolutely.
Brilliant. Yeah, that's exciting. Did you have any? What would happen now? Like, what's the next steps in terms of how we move forward?
Yeah, I think we're going to exchange some contact information through this platform, and yeah, and we'll just get the conversations rolling after that.
That'd be brilliant.
Yeah, we actually will do an official introduction after the event, so you don't need really to worry about anything. You will be connected by our team. So just wait for official email.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to it.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you a lot, both of you, for joining, for a presentation and for mentorship. And we're really excited to hear back from both of you about some updates and how mentorship goes. Our team will be also reaching out to you a bit later for the updates.
Thank you so much again. I appreciate it, both of you. Thank you, Elena and Lavinia. Thank you.
Yeah, awesome. Well done.
Thank you. Speak to you soon. So I'll close the window now, yeah?
Yeah.
All the best. Bye all.
And we're ready to move to our next and last startup for today, last but not least. And happy to introduce Vladimir Popov from GetID. Vladimir, you have your 5 minutes to start with the presentation. Please take over.
Okay, so hi everyone. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, we can hear you well.
Okay, perfect. So my name is Vladimir, and I'm the head of product in GetID. So we are building online identity verification tool. So just a short story behind of us. Everything happened in Admiral Markets, already quite successful and established financial company. You may see some preliminary results for this year on the screen, and what we actually did, we just understood our pain, how it's quite difficult to scale the business, how our end users are struggling during the onboarding, and how it's quite difficult to meet all regulatory requirements, even especially when you are serving clients from under different financial regulations. So what we actually did, we just developed GetID. So you can see the drill down in problems and actually how we solve it. So first of all, or maybe let me tell you in simple words, what we are doing, we're just fastening the onboarding process with the same compliance and security levels, and at the same time we are doing the end users happier by providing them access to services faster. GetID is actually is all-in-one identity verification service that combines document verification, biometrics checks, liveness detection for additional fraud prevention levels, and everything related to anti-money laundering, ongoing screening, and preliminary checks. Also, we are planning to add some video identification with electronic qualified signature, which should completely replace the offline presence when you need to get access to any service. The end user journey actually looks like similar to other companies in the field. It should be very fast, convenient, with highest level of user experience. So please don't mind that you see on the mobile screens, but GetID is completely cross-platform product. Of course, underneath it's a bit more complicated, but we're utilizing a lot of artificial intelligence and machine learning stuff just to make it faster with the highest quality and flexible, quite flexible. What we're actually trying to do, we're trying to provide very flexible and how to say, easy to integrate solution to our client. So it means that we support all mobile SDKs. It's completely web-based solution. You can use it as a cloud-based verification software or just API integration. So, but what we're actually trying to do, we try to stand out from competitors by approaching this service as a SaaS, and also we're trying to be focused on no code, because what we have experienced during working in Admiral markets and during the customer development interviews, that it's quite difficult right now for companies to get access to this service, like online identity verification, because big, well-established companies, they are mostly focused on big clients that right now are doing their how to say, digital transformation, how it's proper to say right now, and they are not look at smaller, like small companies and mid-sized companies. They're not interested in that. But again, this pandemic also influences too much, and according to the latest research, online identity verification will be used by 80% of organizations in near time. And actually, why we stand out, we just provide the complete solution for the self-service. So what is needed by a client, just to register with GetID, define which checks are needed, define the sequence of the steps, I mean the end user journey, and deploy it on the fly. Also, all modifications can be done on the fly. Of course, we provide some administrative panel for understanding of results of verification. It's also quite flexible, can be modified on the fly. It can be connected easily to the backend. And so about the market trends, by Gartner, it should be doubled in next 5 years. And we also did some competitive landscape research, and we tried to compare GetID with other companies in the field by the price and integration cycle and complexity. So that's how it looks. About our target sectors, we already serving some clients. It's mostly financial clients and betting companies, but also we started with online healthcare, medicine, and sharing economy projects as well. For the next year, we want to mostly increase the functionality of our product. We want to add some additional features related to profiling of the end users. We also want to increase some features related to self-service. So everything should be in online. So our clients should be onboarded online without this long sales calls and integration calls, integration key calls. So we want to reduce everything. We want to make it simpler. And that's another thing what we are doing and on what we are focused, that the complete document authenticity checks was utilizing artificial intelligence, because it's quite different when you're checking ID documents in offline environment and in online. So we're also trying to approach this. And another thing, it's about remote video KYC that should replace completely offline presence when you need to open an account in a bank, or you need to do some stuff with lawyers or whatever. Some numbers about GetID, what is happening right now. So we're already serving clients. Even if we started just a year ago, So this is our burn, 120 euros per month.
Vladimir,
Yeah,
I'm very sorry, your 5 minutes already out.
Okay.
Just
Okay.
give you a couple of, if it's, yeah, just
No, just the final slide. That's about the leadership. That's about like main people in the company, and but it's not, of course, the whole stuff, because we have more than 35 engineers also who is working with computer vision, machine learning, and like full stack developers.
Vladimir, feel free also to use chat later to leave maybe some link for your project so other people can get more information, since we had to interrupt your presentation. So Vladimir, now it's important time to introduce your Secret Santa. And we have here Angelica Valle Aguilera. Angelica, please introduce yourself a little bit so Vladimir can know a bit more about you as well as our attendees.
Yes, hi, hello everyone. This is Angelica. I'm in Mexico. I understand you, Vladimir, want to open market in Latin America, so I think this would be very interesting for you. And right now I'm working as ecosystem lead in Mexico for C Labs. C Labs works on Celo technology. And before that, I was running a consultancy startup in digital transformation and blockchain. And before that, I was working in the government. Also, it's joining David, that is the ecosystem lead in Colombia. He couldn't come today because he is in a meeting, but also I think would be interesting for you to explore those two markets, and we will be happy to give you a good overview of this part of the world. And congratulations, it's really interesting what you are doing and very, very thorough your explanation. So nice to meet you.
Thank you, nice to meet you.
As I mentioned to us the project previously, we will be doing a proper official introduction after the event. So you don't need to worry about anything. You will get contacts of each other. I think it will be most likely happening tomorrow, as our team will take some break after the event to restore the energy. Thank you a lot for joining us today. Thank you, Vladimir, for your presentation, and Angelica for joining us as a mentor. It's a really great pleasure, and always happy to have you for all our events. As I also mentioned that we will be probably reaching to both of you within 1 month and a half, just to hear some updates, how the project goes, and how was the mentorship. So we can do whether another video recording or just share some updates with our community. I'm pretty sure everyone from Startup Secret Santa will be so happy to hear about all these updates on our projects. So thank you guys a lot. Do you have any questions at the moment?
Actually, no. I think we will exchange the contacts later.
Then it's amazing. Thank you again for joining, and we will be moving to our closing remarks shortly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think we're good to go, right?
Yeah, I think so. So now we're coming to the closing remarks. We had the second day of Startup Secret Santa, and once again, we want to express our gratitude to everyone who joined us today, to all startups, mentors, and of course, all our organizers who were going crazy at the backstage during the whole event and messaging everyone on Telegram. It was a really hard work, guys. Thanks everyone for making this event happening. I would like to give closing remarks and just sharing a little bit of overview of second day, what was happening. So today we started with a legal panel, and we were exploring how to find a compromise between legal requirements and business ambitions. We had 5 speakers in the panel who shared their thoughts, and you will be able to watch it later on our YouTube in case you missed this session. After that, we started with the social impact badge, where we had 7 startups and 7 mentors who will be helping these projects with their Christmas wish. And after that, we moved on with our tech panel. It was about R&D for blockchain and fintech startups and how to plan your MVP with the limited resources. We really saw that it's an important topic, all situation considered, and we had amazing speakers there sharing their thoughts and expertise. In the same way, you will be able to see all the videos later on our YouTube. And the final session was emerging tech and fintech batch, where we had 6 startups and 6 mentors. All were matched, all so excited to start their journey. We will be connecting them after the event. So all startups and mentors, please just hold on for a little bit. You will receive an official email intro, and you can start with a mentorship. I want also to mention that it was a very difficult year, and the idea of event was to unite all these projects together and help them to find the necessary resources during this challenging time. And I really hope that we did a great job here. And I will give a word to my colleagues from Avis Layer to share some of their closing remarks.
Okay, should I get started first, Francis? All right. I want to representing Avis Layer to thank everyone for joining this event, the speakers, mentors, and startup founders. Thanks FAS for co-hosting this event, also the media partners for the events. Thanks to the effort from everyone to make this event a great success. We gather here together because we share the same view to the future. We believe that keep innovating is the way to address issues facing humanity, and we believe the new technologies such as blockchain will be disruptive in changing the way we live. So I hope everyone enjoyed the event and received the gift from Secret Santa. Running startup is tough. You will have sleepless nights, tons of stress, and constant pangs of guilt. So for myself, sometimes my son asks me to listen to him playing piano. When I sit on the chair just beside him, I will fall into sleep in 1 minute. I'm not kidding. However, doing startup is also exciting. Every day is different and so exciting, even when sometimes it's bad, right? It's bad, it's exciting. Just keep in your mind that your decision will not only affect you, but millions of others. So as an accelerator, Avis Layer is here to help the startups for fundraising, marketing, and technology solutions. So please visit our website and sign up our newsletters, and let's stay in touch. Thank you.
I really like that. Thank you, Dr. Yang. Actually, I just wanted to follow up and say that, you know, I can speak for myself when I say that I witnessed some pretty innovative companies, and I love the concept of this event and the mission that we're trying to do, which is helps, you know, startups, and hopefully we can continue something like this even in the coming year. So, you know, it was a pleasure connecting with a lot of people. I was actually one of those connecting with people as the event went on. So I'm looking forward to kind of getting to know more. And if we have not connected, you know, there's always LinkedIn, and with everyone here, obviously there's Request a Card, but also you can visit the social medias and website to be able to kind of get connected with everyone who was part of the events, as the world is more connected more than ever now, right? So thank you. I just want to say that.
Katerina, you're on mute.
That's right. Thanks. So I just wanted to jump in here and maybe turn it into a discussion between the organizers. We heard a lot inputs from the speakers yesterday and today about how startup ecosystem changed in 2020 and maybe some vision on how 2021 can look like. And maybe you could also share some of your thoughts, how this changed from your perspective. One by one, but maybe let's give Elena a break so Sergey could start.
Yeah, sure. I could start. And as you know, 2020 was a difficult year for everyone, startups included. I think in general, the industry evolved. There are good things and there are bad things. So unfortunately, we do not have as much opportunities to travel and network like we used to. But because of this virus, we have other opportunities, other forms of networking and collaborating, working in general became more of a norm. Applications like Zoom and Slack became more widespread, and it can be considered as a new way of how startups and I mean everyone basically can interact right now. It's not even only about startups, it's also about big corporations, since everyone realized that they don't even need to stay in big offices all the time. A bad thing about this year, still I think for startups it's quite important to stay in one place, at least at the initial stage. There is something about, you know, breathing the same air when you are starting a company. So I think in the coming year, obviously it would depend on the virus itself, but other than that, I think we will see a mix of what we have experienced in this year, and hopefully, partially, we will come back to more physical interactions.
That's right, cannot agree more. And actually the Startup Secret Santa is a great example of how the networking is shifting to the online space. And in fact, we just did a data gathering for the event, and I think we covered more than 27 countries like registering for the event. So that would be a great example. Francis, maybe you would like to say something here?
Yeah, absolutely. I can. You know, actually, Sergey, I really like what you said. You're absolutely correct. I don't think people anticipated exactly how these technologies that connect everyone would be used, but it was a no-brainer. It just sort of took off. For me, I would like to say, you know, 2020, obviously, besides being a life-changing event for a lot of people around the globe, but it also is something that propelled us, you know, as far as the world and how fast forward we moved, right? Compared to the pace that we otherwise would have been going at it. So primarily focusing on certain sectors, especially in the startup ecosystem. You know, we looked at themes like the war against diseases, right? So we're starting to see all these health tech startups that pick up a lot more traction, mass adoption otherwise to the privileged sort of access, right? Like gene therapy or peptides. We're starting to see those be in a more of, I guess, accessible form, especially because these companies are now on a global stage. We also are seeing institutional adoption, which was something that, you know, it was a little bit behind but now we're seeing it. And there isn't a week that you go by without hearing about a fund that's focusing on Bitcoin or CBDCs, or other thought leaders come with a topic regarding this market. But on a consumer level, I think something that has excited me the most was, and what I believe is one of the most powerful ones, is the emerging markets and how they've become the center of these focuses, just because of the obvious reason adoption is much easier as compared to a lot more mature markets. So I'm seeing a lot of these companies come out, and I'm seeing a lot of the people accept them, and I think this is a very, very fast movement, and we as humans need to continuously keep up, and startups obviously need to keep up. I know one of the panels today was talking about that as well. So I think that's what I want to leave as my remark and what I've noticed. Yeah.
Thanks. That's absolutely right. And also maybe Dr. Yang or Elena would like to add something here before we join the networking rooms.
Okay. Yeah. So both of the speakers mentioned the COVID-19's effects, right? So yeah, I understand like lots of startups like has difficulties to raise funds, and also their revenue actually dropped a lot this year. So, but we have to looking for the good things, right? So I feel like there's still a lot of opportunities for the startups over there. So first of all, of course, if you are working on a startup which improve the people's collaboration remotely, that's a great kind of idea happening in these times. But also, if you are doing a startup which is unrelated for collaborating remotely, but I think we used to have to hire experts and employees like locally in like a New York City or somewhere in the city, right? But right now, I think most of people are already so familiar with this kind of remote working style. It's much easier for us to actually hire an expert or kind of say an engineering resource remotely. People are now after 1 year, people are so used to it. It's much easier for you to find a partner or an key employee and to ask them to work remotely for you. That's a good thing I found. Another thing is actually I saw in this year I read some news that the investment in Southeast Asia or Dubai, those places, the fund for startups actually is increasing. So the number, a few years ago, only Silicon Valley or New York City has those unicorn startups. Right now, the unicorn startups can be distributed over all the world. So I still see lots of opportunities over other places in the world. Okay, so another good thing I can think, I just try to say all the good things today. So another good thing I'm thinking is all the people attending today's event is mostly on blockchain and fintech, or even DeFi area. So far, from my understanding, DeFi is DeFi is the area which you can generate a startup with the highest kind of the lowest investment outcome kind of ratio. So you have a very small investment, with a very small engineering team, we have get a big market value for the DeFi project. So because the blockchain itself right now is still especially DeFi is still hyped this year, and it's so new, not so many people actually understand this. So we are the people who actually enters the market much earlier than other people. So I think working on blockchain and finance, fintech is definitely in the right way for building startup in this year and next year. Thanks.
I actually think, yeah, it's right that emerging markets are now increasing, getting more and more attention. I saw also a growth in investment in Southeast Asia, in China, and all major VC funds from Silicon Valley, they actually have their branches in China. Some of them failed to succeed there. Some of them are doing pretty well. For example, even looking at Sequoia, they're having a lot of deals every year and continue exploring and growing at Chinese market. So I believe pandemic accelerated the globalization and digitalization if before what Ekaterina mentioned about our event, right? That we had so many countries, like people from so many countries participating. Before pandemic, we had a lot of offline events, but whether big ones and international or small one and localized. And with pandemic, we're able to have a small event with a global audience. We don't need anymore like worry about some location, like booking a venue. We can just go online and start chatting with people from different countries, exploring more and getting the local knowledge, even you are not at that location. And I think with this pandemic, the situation became very different, and I definitely saw a lot of boost in fintech and blockchain areas. In blockchain also, of course, many companies saw the value and they wanted to quickly improve their operations by utilizing blockchain technology. I've been talking to many such companies from Europe who were looking for some sort of like a safety solutions that can help them overcome these challenges. But I agree with everything that what was mentioned today, that we are entering into quite interesting time with accelerated growth in tech segment. And I believe we will see even more interesting applications in the upcoming 2021. And once again, I want to say thank you everyone for making this event happen, and everyone for joining us from Ekaterina, how many countries again?
It was 27 yesterday, but then there were other like other submissions, so probably can be more.
That's amazing. 27 countries, and yeah, this is happening in 2020. Small events with attendees from 27 countries. Thank you guys all.
Thank you very much. So I would like to ask this question to all of our attendees, like what was your experience in 2020 as a startup or as an investor, as a mentor, and maybe we could move that to the networking session or exchange the feedback later. So to kind of sum up and tell you more about what's going to happen next with Startup Secret Santa. We hope that that could be something that we could bring to 2021 and make this a reoccurring event. We also would like to hear your feedback. So after the event, we will send out surveys to all of the participants, and we would be really happy to see your feedback to have this room for the improvement in the future. We will upload all of the videos on our YouTube channels, as well as we hope to follow up on all startup stories and tell you them in the next year. So thank you very much for joining today, and I invite everyone to join the networking sessions.
Thank you, Katerina. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.